This is the second call. Please take your seats. No oigo.
Yo tampoco. No
Se oye
oímos.
bajísimo.
No oímos nada.
A la gran. Que quite la música.
Todo, que le suban. Since we have full a full room, welcome to the 18th edition of the South School of Internet Governance, or by the acronyms in English, SSIG 2026, developed in the historic city of Antigua, Guatemala. Before starting our agenda, we want to give great appreciation to VNet for their valuable support in this activity, providing connectivity to internet that allows us to develop academic activities and the exchange of knowledge uh, in person and virtually. It's important to mention that this activity is something that is being done in hybrid mode, so we also have the participation of other scholars that are not in person. So we are doing streaming in different languages to be able to have more access. As part of the established protocols to ensure the well-being of all participants, we will talk about the minute of safety that will be shared in our screens, where we will have direct recommendations by the entity responsible for ensuring safety of participants, which is CONRED, which is like FEMA. So, technical team, locate the emergency exits that are closer in case of an emergency. If there's an emergency during the activity, evacuate in an orderly way. If energy fails, we should wait for the power plant to activate. Avoid shouting or disseminating rumors. If there is a fire, use the nearest extinguisher. Remember to use the instructions of authorities and activate control systems. Calling local authorities or 1909 from Conred. Prevention is everyone's task. This is a message from the Executive Secretariat of Conred that you can download for free in www.conred.gov.gt. We want to thank you for paying attention to these recommendations. My name is Douglas C. Fuentes, and I'll have the honor to be with you as a Master of Ceremonies from this event of the South School of Internet Governance 2026. It's a privilege to share this space with authorities, representatives of international organizations, members of the technical academic sectors, and civil society, and of the scholars that are with us in person and virtually from different parts of the world. I want to especially thank the honorable government authorities of Guatemala that are here with us today, the members of the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Guatemala, representatives of international organizations, distinguished special guests, representatives of the media, and dear national colleagues, esteemed international colleagues or fellows that come from different areas, and the fellows that are receiving this course virtually through the digital platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome under the motto Strengthening Capabilities as part of reducing the digital gap from an educational perspective. This important meeting gathers representatives of government, international organizations, academia, private sector, civil society, committed with building an internet that is more inclusive, safe, and accessible. So we will have the honor of forming the head table that will join us during this inaugural ceremony. This is why respectfully we would like to invite you to take your places in the head table. Mr. Jose Raul Solares Chu, Vice Minister of Communication, Infrastructure and Housing. Mr. Herbert Rubio, Supervisor of Telecommunication. Ms. Montserrat Vidal, representative of UNESCO Guatemala. Mr. Adrian Carballo, Director of Institutional Relationships of the South School of Internet Governance. Ms. Anabela Rivera, representative of the Institute Demos. Mr. Oscar Mesano, President of the Center for Training in High Technology for Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Osvaldo Marianetti, Dean of the School of Engineering of the University of Mendoza. We also want Ms. Olga Capelli, Academic Director of the South School of Internet Governance, to join us in the head table. Thank you. Our head table is ready. So now I'm going to ask everyone to please rise. We will sing the Guatemala national anthem, but we have a surprise. We have a professional singer. Her name is Miriam Rebecca Vasquez Levy. She studied music and psychopediatrics. She's is a singer in the military school, violinist, and professional musician with over 20 years of experience. Please go ahead, and we want to ask our technical team for support to show the video of the national anthem.
Guatemala feliz, que tus horas no profane jamás el verdugo, ni haya esclavos que la mane yugo, ni tiranos que escupan tu paz. Si mañana tu suelo sagrado lo amenaza invasión extranjera, libre al viento tu hermosa bandera, ha vencido amarilla llamará. Libre al viento tu hermosa bandera, ha vencido amarilla llamará. Que tu pueblo con ánima fiera, antes muerto que esclavo será. De tus viejas y duras cadenas, tú forjaste con mano iracunda el arado que el suelo fecunda y la espada que sale lograron sin choque sangriento colocar en un trono de amor. Y lograron sin choque sangriento colocar en un trono de amor que de patria enérgico acento dieron vida al ideal redentor. Esto enseña pedazo de cielo en que prende una nube su albura, y hay de aquel que con ciega locura sus colores pretendan manchar. Pues tus hijos valientes y altivos que veneran la Pascua al presía, nunca esquivan la ruda pelea, si defienden su tierra y su hogar. Nunca esquivan la ruda pelea, si defienden su tierra y su hogar, que es tan solo el honor su alma y Dios, y el altar de la patria su altar, recostada en el ande soberbio de dos mares al ruido sonoro, bajo el ala oro te adormeces divino quetzal. Ave indiana que vive en tu escudo, paladeón que protege tu suelo, ojalá que remonte su vuelo más que el cóndor y el águila real. Ojalá que remonte su vuelo más que el cóndor y el águila real, y en sus alas levante hasta el cielo Guatemala tu nombre inmortal.
Thank you very much to Rebecca for her beautiful intonation of the national anthem. Please take your seats again. To continue with our program, I invite Mrs. Olga Cavalli, Director of the Southern School of Internet Governance, to the podium. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm thrilled to see this full room. A special greetings to Mr. Telecommunications Superintendent, Mr. Herbert Rubio, Vice Minister of Communication, Infrastructure and Housing of Guatemala, my dear friend Raúl Solares, my dear Montserrat Vidal, Coordinator of Communications of UNESCO Guatemala, authorities, friends, fellows, and other virtual guests. A special thank you for the Superintendency of Telecommunications, to the Ministry and UNESCO to bring the school to Guatemala, an ambition we had for many years, both the Vice Minister, as our dear Montserrat and our dear Anabela Rivera, and our Frank LaRufo, our speaker in Washington second edition. For many years we've wanted to bring the school to Guatemala, and this has been possible. This is not an easy event to organize. It's not an easy event. It requires a lot of coordination with the persons that are here and for those that are connected via Zoom. And for us who are here, this is a beautiful place. I want to thank the ESIT and the UNESCO and their work teams. I'm going to name Angie, Douglas, Michelle, Antonio. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone, but thank you for your patience, your dedication during months. This is an event that has taken many months in the preparation. Thank you very much. And someone in Argentina says, full thanks. And for all of those that I did not mention, thank you also. This is not any school. In addition to this beautiful place, the school is reaching its 18th birthday. So we are now of age. We've come of age, which is a great responsibility. What a better place than Antigua, Guatemala to celebrate our 18th anniversary of the school. We are thrilled. This is a beautiful city with a lot of history, a lot of culture. So thank you the SSIG, to the ministry, the UNESCO, and all our collaborators in Guatemala has made possible to celebrate our 18th birthday, which now we're an adult school. So I want to tell you a little bit briefly. 18 years ago, we started with this simple idea, but that came up to be powerful, to be able to train our people to represent the region better in international meetings of internet at the international level. But the school started growing. We were 2 years virtually because of the pandemic, and then we became hybrid. And like always, we always had translations, so we started having fellows from all over the world to transform an event that was mainly Latin American, but with international participation. And at some point, we wanted to have a university. So I contacted a dear professor of mine, Ingeniera Cristina Barraga, who is very important in the Argentinian technology. She's not with us anymore, but she understood our desire. Dear Cristina was my professor when I studied engineering, so she was able to talk with the president of the university, to the dean of the university, who is present here in the Mendoza University, Ingeniero Ubaldo Marianetti. He understood what we wanted. The president, also the new president of the university, also our dear Alfredo Iglesias, and all their team helped us with the virtual participation, so we could have in-person and virtual fellows. So he helped us to become a university profession. Thank you for all your help throughout the years. My dear university, this year is going to be the 7th cohort of this course, which also has the support of OAS, and I cannot do more than thank Federico and Luca, who are in the back. They do all the videos, all the YouTubes, all the audio visuals. Raime, do we all know him? This is Raime, is who helps us with all the fellows. And of course, Adrian and Oscar, who do everything. I only take care of some things, but Oscar is our help, our support in Latin America and in Argentina. So thank you to them, and thank you to the fellows who are in person or connected virtually. Some have traveled from the Guatemala city or from abroad. And I always tell the fellows, if at the end of the week you end up with more questions and more desire to learn, you're in the right path. So thank you very much. Thank you. Total thank you, like you said, or full thanks. Now I invite Anabela Rivera, who represents Demos Institute, who has an important message for us. Good morning. Thank you, Olga, for this beautiful welcoming, and I also thank all our collaborators. It is true that be all very welcome to Guatemala and to this new edition of the SSIG. As Olga commented, we can say that this is a dream come true that took many years in the making. For many years, we wanted to bring the school to Guatemala. And the truth is that we're very happy, very proud that we have been able to accomplish this. And a special thanks to Olga Cavalli and Adrian Carballo, who shared, as many others, that shared and took on the dream of creating the school. Adrian y Olga also embraced with a lot of illusion, a lot of to bring the school to Guatemala. Thank you to the government of Guatemala, to its representatives. This was the right time to have this activity. It is an honor to greet in our country specialists and fellows, government representatives, private sector representatives, the academia, technical representatives, and the civil society that come from different countries of the Latin America and other regions of the world. My deep recognition to them who made this possible. This school celebrates for the first time in Guatemala, and it has a special meaning. This year, we commemorate 30 years of the signing of the peace agreement, a historic event for Guatemalans who brought back to our memory that democracy is built on dialogue, participation, the respect and the diversity, and the defense of human rights. So these principles have to go to the digital environment. Internet has become one of the most important infrastructures of humanity. It is a space for information, education, innovation, culture, commerce, and the citizens' participation. But it is also the stage where many of our democracies events take place, where we debate on rights, ways to exercise power. And that's why, from the Institute standpoint, we believe that the internet governance is not a discussion on the technical realm, but it is a conversation deeply humane and political, because it has to do with the freedom, with inclusion, with participation in the dignity of persons. We are in a historic moment where the
la desinformación, la protección.
The cybersecurity and the integrity of the democratic processes makes us help us to build a democratic system. The history of humanity shows that the best solutions come up when the different social sectors dialogue and build together. That is the spirit of the what inspires the governance of internet and constitutes one of the best contributions of SSIG. In Latin America, we face significant, meaningful challenges. There are digital gaps that exclude millions of people. We have threat against the freedom of speech and the exercise of journalism. The debates grow on the regulation of digital platforms, AI, and the electoral processes. But at the same time, all this has grown or has increased the opportunities to expand citizenship participation, foster transparency, promote social inclusion, and more solid democracies. That is why spaces like this today more than ever are necessary. In this date and time, we have to question what can technology do to the service of human dignity. And it is especially inspirational, the words of Pope Francis, who reminded us that technological progress by itself does not guarantee human progress. Innovation uh, is meaningful when it is oriented to the common good, to the inclusion, and to the strengthening of fraternity between people. It is fundamental, the warning about the risk of building societies every day more connected technologically, but more fragmented in the human sense. That is why the invitation to place at the center, at the core of the system, the human being, promoting and fostering a culture of encountering, of dialogue and accountability. These reflections have a profound relationship with the governance of internet, because the question is not only how we regulate platforms and how we develop AI or how we expand connectivity. The question that at the core is what values should guide these decisions. From Guatemala, a diverse, multicultural, and multilingual country, we want that this meeting is also an invitation to acknowledge that digital transformation always has to be in the service of the people and communities, because behind each technology there are human decisions. Behind every decision there's values. I want to wrap up with this quote of Pope Leon XIV, where he reminds us that in the midst of digital revolution and the extraordinary advance of AI, the major challenge is not technological, but it is profoundly human. To preserve the dignity of the persons, strengthen common good, and ensure that progress is always at the service of humanity. I hope from my heart that you have a week of learnings, of reflections, of dialogue, and that the ideas that come up in this meeting contribute to strengthen a more inclusive internet, more democratic and respectful of human rights for all Latin America. And again, be all very welcome to this marvelous city of Antigua, Guatemala. Thank you very much. Thank you to Anabela Rivera for that profoundly human message. And now I invite Oscar Mesano, the director in the Center of High Technology for Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure to be here with you all. I am very honored to participate. Thank you for joining us. This 18 years, every year is a different challenge for the young persons that we invite to train in new technologies. This year is similar but different. We have to train them for jobs that do not exist yet and works that don't exist yet. That is what technology is leading us to. But we're ready to do it, and we are hopeful that we will be able to do it. Thank you, fellows, and please take benefit from this meeting, because future is not yet written, and you're part of it. Thank you. Thank you, fellows, for being here with us, and thank you for the representatives of the governments that are present here, and all of you that have helped us for reaching this 18th birthday of the school. Very welcome to all of you, and thank you. Thank you, Oscar Mesano, for that important message. And now I am going to invite to the floor Osvaldo Marianetti, Dean of the Engineering School of the University of Mendoza, Argentina. Good morning. Firstly, I want to say that for me it's an honor and a great pleasure to be here in this meeting. So I'm going to transmit more formally some words, but they come from my heart with a lot of gratitude. The days that I have spent in Guatemala so far, I am I am already missing Guatemala before leaving. So thank you for having received me in these past days. Authorities present, colleagues, experts, fellows, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, it's an honor for me to be able to be here in the 18th consecutive meeting of this event. This space have consolidated as one of the main environments or spaces for advanced training in policy, architecture, and governance of the digital ecosystem. We are meeting in a moment in which the region faces strategic challenges linked to the resilience of critical infrastructure, interoperability of the systems, the management of data to high scale, the regulations of platforms, and the responsible inclusion of AI in the public and private sectors. These topics require updated legal frameworks and technical capacities that are strong, robust. From the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Mendoza, we understand the internet governance cannot be separated from the architecture of networks, the protocols that guarantee stability, open standards that allow innovation, coordination mechanisms that ensure a global functioning. This school of governance of internet has been key in educating professionals that can articulate the technical aspects, judicial and social disciplines. It is indispensable so Latin America can get stronger in participating in multilateral spaces where global policies are defined. The contribution of the engineering faculty of the University of Mendoza, of the School of Governance of Internet, respond to our commitment to developing advanced skills and capabilities that these topics demand. Our presence in this program allows to articulate this course oriented to responsible management of emerging technologies and strengthen the education of fellows. I thank all the organizers, especially Olga and Oscar, all of the experts that will share their knowledge, and to Guatemala, as I said, for hosting us. I invite the fellows to use this week to deep dive in the concept frameworks, analyze real cases, and build networks of collaboration that will allow us to advance to a more safe, more interoperable internet and aligned with the needs of our region. Thank you very much. We thank Osvaldo Marianetti for this important message, and we invite Montserrat Vidal, representative of UNESCO in Guatemala, who has some words for you. Good morning to all of you. I cannot say more than express my happiness. Like Olga said, this is a dream that we've had for many years, to have the school of the South School in Guatemala, and it is an honor to have you in our country. And I want to thank particularly Ingeniero Herbert Rubio, Superintendent of Telecommunications, Raúl Solares, Vice Minister of Communications, Olga Cavalli, and Adrián Carvalho. Dear friends, that truly we are very excited to have you in our country. The President, Osvaldo Marianetti from the University of Mendoza, is Mr. Manzano from the school also to be here with us. Licenciada Anabela Rivera, Director of the Institute Demos, and to the work teams of ICIT and the persons from the school, South School, who have worked to make this event possible. From my heart, I want to thank you. And first of all, I want to welcome you all the fellows that are present in Antigua as connected via Zoom. And in behalf of the UNESCO, it is really an honor to welcome you all to this space of dialogue on the importance of digital transformation in the world. We are working. Excuse me, I want to also thank the United Nations Joint Fund for the SDGs and the European Union, who also supported us with resources to have this school here. We are working in a project called Making Digital Transformation Possible, and we want to do this with in the public sector in Guatemala. We are also inviting the UNDP and UNICEF, and together we're making this possible. It is a real pleasure to welcome you to Antigua, Guatemala, which is a world heritage of humanity. Antigua reminds us the importance of preserving our legacy, but also to look toward the future with an innovative and inclusive vision. That is why it is especially meaningful to be here today to reflect on how digital technologies can help us build more efficient, transparent, and close to the citizenship institutions. From our mandate in the topic of communications and capacity building, UNESCO foster inclusive societies where people can exercise their rights, access information, develop digital competencies, and benefit from the new technologies. For UNESCO, digital transformation is not only to incorporate technical tools, it means to place the persons at the core, at the center of public policies, and contribute to sustainable development democracies. This is a historic opportunity to improve the delivery of public services, strengthen transparency, increase participation, and reduce the gaps that still limit the access of many persons to their rights. This process also poses important challenges related to connectivity, digital literacy, the protection of data, cybersecurity, and the need to guarantee that no one stays behind, particularly the women, indigenous people, the youth, and rural communities. And this, in this context, that we seek to accompany today to this event to look ways to build an inclusive and ethical digital transformation centered on the persons, strengthening institutional capacities, innovating public services, and assuring that digitalization effectively contributes to the welfare of the whole population. Allow me to wrap up with a reflection of the former director of UNESCO, Odia Souley, which summarizes the spirit of this meeting. The new technologies can expand or close digital gaps, and depends on us that it is closing the digital divides and have the technology serve humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Montserrat Vidal, for those words. And a key point that she mentioned is the topic of indigenous people, and it is not the exception for the organization of this event. If you can see the banners outside, indigenous persons lend us their images. They were very happy to do this because they understand the importance of reducing the digital divide. So, and the persons that are coming into this new era, and we cannot be left behind, and we cannot leave them behind if we don't train them and educate them. We also invite Adrián Carvalho from the SSIG. He is the Director of Institutional Relationships of SSIG. Thank you, and Vice Minister of Communications, Raúl Solares, and the Superintendent of Telecommunications, and UNESCO in Guatemala, engineer Marianetti from the engineering faculty of the University of Mendoza, international and national authorities, dear fellows, colleagues, friends. It is a true honor to welcome you to the 18th consecutive edition of the South School on Internet Governments that has us together in Guatemala, in Antigua. I want to thank the institutions, our hosts that have made this meeting possible, Ingeniero Germán Rubio and his team of the Telecommunications Superintendency of Guatemala for his valuable support, his institutional commitment, his generous hospitality. His support has been fundamental for our organization for this activity. I also want to say thank you, the Ingeniero Raúl Solares in the Ministry of Communications, Infrastructure, and Housing of Guatemala, whose support reflects this profound commitment of the country to develop digital culture and fostering spaces, national and international. And we express our special recognition to UNESCO Guatemala under the leadership of Mrs. Montserrat Vidal for her permanent commitment with fostering and promoting education and knowledge and inclusion of international cooperation as tools for human development and the progress of our society.
I also want to send greetings to the fellows that participate in this edition, not only in person but virtually, and we are honored to have the presence of representatives of 38 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and other regions of the world. And this diversity of cultures, experiences, and professional trajectories, and it reflects one of strength of the country and reflects the global character of our academic and professional community. We find ourselves we're very pleased to have this edition in Central America, a region that plays a role that is ever more relevant in innovation processes, connectivity, digital transformation, and sustainable development. Getting together again represents a valuable opportunity to strengthen links, promote the exchange of knowledge, and consolidate a network of that transcends borders. So we want to thank the the South School of Internet Governance for whose commitment and support has made us start a second edition of this program. Their sustained effort throughout the years has been fundamental to consolidate this training space and dialogue as a international reference in terms of internet governance. I also want to highlight and thank of the permanent support of SEATELAC and its president Oscar Mesano that has supported this initiative since the beginning. We deeply value these 18 years of cooperation and uninterrupted support that have contribute decisively so that the strengthening and international impact of our to the impact of our program. For the next day, we will have the opportunity of sharing knowledge, exchange experiences, debate ideas, build new partnerships. We are convinced that multi-sector dialogue, international cooperation, and complete training are necessary elements to face the challenges of the digital era and to take better advantage of what the technology offers for the development of our countries. To all of you, thank you very much for being here with us, for the commitment in learning, and for your willingness to contribute your knowledge and vision for this international gathering. We hope you have an enriching, memorable, and productive event. Welcome all to Guatemala to this new edition of our program. Thank you very much. We want to thank Adrian Carvalho for his words. And now we give the floor to Mr. Herbert Rubio, Supervisor of Telecommunications in Guatemala. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I also share the welcoming words of my predecessors. For me, it's a true honor to welcome you to Guatemala, and particularly in this historical and emblematic city of Antigua, Guatemala. It's the headquarters of the uh, 18th new SSIG that will happen in Guatemala. On behalf of the Supervisor of Telecommunication of Guatemala seat, we are glad to welcome academia, members of the technical community, students, and participants that come from different parts of the region. So we want to deeply thank SSIG, particularly Olga and Adrian, for having considered Guatemala as the headquarters for this very important event. We are especially honored to have it here in Antigua, Guatemala, Cultural Heritage of Humanity. The stage for this place for international cooperation, and we are sure that all participants will appreciate the historical and human side of us. I also want to share special appreciation Mendoza for the academic support for carrying out this event, and the cooperation among academic agencies, technical organizations, and regulatory organizations becomes integral for to face the challenges in the current digital environment. We also want to appreciate our support appreciation to UNESCO for their support in the different phases of the event and preparing this edition of SSIG. I also want to thank UFINET for the connectivity they're providing us this week. We are living in times marked by deep tech transformations. Connectivity, data, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, quantum computing, digital infrastructures, and regulatory regulations are redefining everything in which or every the way in which our communities communicate and develop and learn. Nevertheless, with all these opportunities, also we have important challenges. Some have been told that the digital gap, protecting digital rights, resiliency of critical infrastructures, and creating modern regulatory frameworks that will help with the well-being of people. In this context, spaces as SSIG garner important relevance because it not only allows us to have gain international knowledge and international experience, but develop communication between civil society, government, etc. One of the main values of the digital ecosystem is its cooperative nature. No actor on its own can face the challenges of digital transformation. Cooperation, exchange of experiences, and together building these systems are essential for building this ecosystem. From SIT, we have the commitment of working promoting a favorable environment for innovation, expansion of telecommunication, and universal access to digital technology, especially for historically underserved communities. We firmly believe that the strengthening of technical capabilities constitutes a key element for the development of our countries. Therefore, we really value initiatives like SSIG that contribute to build new leader organizations, specialists, and decision makers committed with the digital future of our region. I am sure that the discussions, the lessons learned, and the connections that will come up from this edition of SSIG are of great value for all the participants and will contribute to strengthen regional and international cooperation. For those that visit us from other countries, we reiterate our warmest welcome. We hope that your stay in Guatemala is enriching not only in the professional environment but also personal environment. Ultimately, I want to recognize the effort of all the people and agencies that made this event possible. Organizers, uh, employees of SEED, partners, sponsors, speakers, volunteers, and all the technical teams. Doing an international event of this size is the result of joint work, dedication, and commitment of a lot of people. So, with this spirit of cooperation, learning, and cooperation, we welcome you to the 18th edition of SSIG. Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor, for your words, and we want to invite Mr. Jose Raul Solares Chu, Vice Minister of Communications, that has a message to conclude this inaugural protocol act. Thank you very much, Douglas. Good morning, everyone. I also want to reiterate my appreciation to everyone and members of the head table, distinguished authorities, organizers, panelists, presenters, participants, fellows, and friends that are visiting us today and are with us today from Guatemala and from different parts of the world. Welcome, everyone, to Guatemala, and particularly to this extraordinary and full of story Antigua Guatemala. I want to reiterate greetings from the President of the Republic and the Minister of Communications and Housing, and because of agenda could not be with us today. And I have an honor, and it has a had the honor of participating in the South School of Internet Governance in Costa Rica and Mexico and virtually during the pandemic. And in these experiences, I was able to say something that has distinguished SSIG: the extraordinary warmth of the participants, the speakers, and the dialogue generated here regarding subjects that today are fundamentally important for societies. And from there, joy started for Guatemala to become the headquarters of this important gathering. And today we see this dream become a reality. And there's a symbolic characteristic. SSIG turns 18 years of trajectory. And they are coming of age. 18 years promoting dialogue, promoting knowledge, and strengthening the internet governance sector in Latin America and beyond. Without a doubt, none of this would be possible with the effort and commitment of many people and agencies. Our deepest appreciation to the telecommunications supervisor, the supervisor Herbert Rubio, all your team, Jose Luis, Douglas behind, Angie Victor, Antonio, thank you for all the migration procedures, for the help, for the huge work. And I'm forgetting some people for the dedication and commitment that have allowed this very important event to be held today in Guatemala. I, of course, want to recognize Olga Cavalli, Adrián Carballo, Oscar Mesano, Osvaldo Martinelli, and to contribute to so that SSIG finally is here in our country. I also want to really thank to UNESCO for their support, providing in these aspects, supporting in the different aspects for this activity. Guatemala feels super proud of having you here, and we hope that aside from the discussions, academic sessions, and the exchange of knowledge, that visitors from other countries can enjoy this beautiful city, walk the streets, enjoy the cultural heritage, culture, and warmth of our people. We love receiving visitors, and I'm sure that Antigua Guatemala will leave you a memorable records you will memories you will always keep. We are living in important times. Cybersecurity, digital gap innovation, data rights protections have become important subjects for the development of our nations. This is why spaces like SSIG are more relevant than others because they allow us to debate and exchange experiences, build bridges, and build from different perspectives better responses for the challenges of the present and the future. Guatemala today opens the doors with enthusiasm, with pride, and with deep feeling of responsibility. And for me personally, it is an honor to be here in this very significant moment. I hope that this edition of SSIG 2026 is fully successful and that the discussions are enriching, that new ideas are born from this, new partnerships, new friendships, and new opportunities for cooperation. Welcome all. Welcome to Antigua, Guatemala. Welcome to SSIG 2026. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this is how we inaugurate the 18th edition of SSIG in the city of Antigua, Guatemala. But before we are going to take the official photograph, so I want to ask our colleagues to help us, those in charge of the picture and the captains of the hotel, to move the tables a little bit. We will take the picture. We're going to stand up.
Sí, por favor. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Solo vamos a quitar las sillas. Sí, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Ahora ustedes van a hacernos la mejor foto.
Now we are going to take a wonderful picture. We will get the authorities to step down from this stage. Please stand up and put on your best smile.
Ahora cambiamos de cambiamos de rol con los fotógrafos. Tómenle una. Entonces nos vamos a turnar acá para que todos tengamos la vista.
So we will take turns so that everyone can look at one camera each time.
¿Sí? Muchas gracias y de esa manera
Thank you very much. So this way we go from the protocol part to the technical part, and now I bid you farewell and I leave you with the presentation of Miss Olga Cavalli.
Muchas gracias, Douglas.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you very much, everyone, for the beautiful comments and acknowledgments. I would like to welcome Mr. Luis Soto. Luis is over here. He works in the Superintendence of Telecommunication and will present something important for Guatemala, which is the National Digital Connectivity Plan. Right, Luis? Welcome, Luis. We want to welcome Luis with a big round of applause. Thank you. I also want to thank you or welcome you to the city of Antigua, Guatemala. The Antigua captainship of the former city of Guatemalan, all the region of Central America was governed from here. And I want to ask myself, what is the capability of governing now? We have all the technology. We send a message, we call, but at that time, it was very difficult. So we now need to take advantage of this technology we have in our hands so that we can move forward. I want to tell you a bit about the National Connectivity Plan, which is the effort that the government of Guatemala is doing to close the digital gap in our country. But before that, I want to give you some information for all our visitors in this event. We cannot see it here, but well, anyways, Guatemala is located in the region of Central America. We have a geographical extension of 118,840 square kilometers. We have approximately 18.9 million citizens, almost 19 million citizens, and we have an average of 177 citizens per square kilometer. Guatemala is a multicultural country with 22 languages, and we also have Spanish and other languages I will share further along. We have 57% of the population that lives in urban areas and an annual growth rate of 1.5. Guatemala is a country of extremes. Here we have the water volcano, we have the force of our nature almost all year, and on the other side we have our wonderful lakes that I want to invite all our friends that visit us to take some time to visit these places. Here we have a summary. We have 22 Maya languages. We have in the digital connectivity plan a target of 35,000 education centers, of internet 20,000, 210 or 2,100 health posts and 790 governance centers we need to work on. The National Digital Connectivity Plan starts from a governmental decree, which is Decree 3-2023, that gives the Superintendents of Telecommunications the power to draft, administrate, supervise, and update the National Connectivity Plan with the purpose of closing the digital divide or digital gap, prioritizing the three main pillars. The development is education, health, and public safety. The National Digital Connectivity Plan is funded from the funds that the Supervisor of Telecommunications receives from the sale of frequencies. 75% of the funds that coming to the Supervisor because of sale of frequencies go directly to the National Digital Connectivity Plan. This plan prioritizes education, health, and public safety. How are we doing currently? Well, when we started to work on the National Connectivity Plan, the first thing we asked ourselves is how are we doing in Guatemala regarding digital gap and how we are also cataloged internationally. And Guatemala is in the position 126 in the government index. This is an index published by the UN every 2 years. And we are in position 126 of 190. So we are not doing very well. But it's part of the information that we have used to work on the National Connectivity Plan. At the Central American level, we are in the position number 4 below Costa Rica, Panama, and El Salvador. In Guatemala, we have a census that we did, and although it's not as updated, it allows us to have some sort of information. It is a census that allows us to know what internet is like. In our country, we have 82 78.7% of digital gap in internet in households. Fixed internet 78.7 in computing equipment, and we have other information regarding cable, radio, and TV. But for the National Connectivity Plan, our gap is around 82, 83%. These percentages are divided this way. Internet in urban areas, we have a digital gap of 77%, and in rural areas, 91% of digital gap, so that we can work according to the decree delegated to prioritize the education, health, and public safety departments. What we did was extract the information from this digital gap directly from these education and health centers. So we were able to establish with the information provided by the Ministry of Education, Health, and Security that regarding education we have 89% of digital gap. This is highly alarming because we have 35,000 education centers. That is, only 11% of education centers have internet. Regarding health posts, we have 73.3% of digital gap. That is also something very important. And in public safety and police stations, we have 22%. So the work we need to do to close the digital gap in these sectors is very high. We also have the same information. We have 35,000 public schools that we need to provide connectivity services, 2,100 health posts, and 790 police stations. These education centers represent more or less 2.5 million students that don't have access to internet. In health, we hope that we will benefit over 12 million people and more or less reaching 1 million people regarding public safety.
The implementation of the National Connectivity Plan, where are we and what have we accomplished? Well, the first thing we did was that in 2023, we issued the legislative decree that provides the mandate to the superintendency, the management of the connectivity plan. In 2024, we worked implementing the plan, and we drafted the document that contains all the strategies for the implementation. Then we formed the interinstitutional team, and in 2025, late last year, we started with the early implementation of the national plan. And how are we now? We have not advanced that much. We've been working for 8 months in this plan, and we have 348 digital connectivity facilities that are divided 300 in educational centers of the middle school and high school, and 48 in health centers. This is a dashboard that we have created where any person can enter this link and check the advances of the plan. I want to play a short video that will showcase what we are doing and the vision of the government with this plan. Just click on the video. Today, Guatemala advances with determination to its digital transformation. The government of the Republic, through the Telecommunications Authority or Superintendency, presents the digital connectivity plan that has the objective to reduce the digital divide and bringing connectivity to those that lack. this service. This prioritizes public schools, health centers, and the police stations, and we try to increase the efficiency and the security. In education, more than 2.5 million of students, teachers, and parents will be able to access digital resources, learning platforms, and innovative content. In the health sector, the digital connectivity will allow to improve diagnosis, improve medical care, and clinical management to improve the efficiency of more than 12 million annual medical consultations in rural areas. In public security, more than 700,000 citizens will benefit from an interconnected police force with a better response capacity and technology in connectivity. This includes firemen, markets, tourist centers, and other community key spaces for the social development, allowing access to information digital networks. The digital connectivity is more than technology. It is equality, strengthening of institutions, and development for all. Digital connectivity is, in summary, the milestone for digital transformation and the foundation to build a more competitive, more fair, and more resilient country in the face of present and future challenges. Because the dignified people is first. The Superintendency of Telecommunications. When we started working on the Connectivity National Plan, we have the task of connect and close the digital divide, but each ministry manages their own work. And education ministry, the health ministry, and the security ministry. So we signed the necessary agreements to be able to work hand in hand with these ministries to plan and organize and launch this connectivity plan. So we subscribed agreements with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of the Interior and Security. And we also have subscribed an agreement with the National Council of Protected Areas, which covers a huge part of our national territory. And inside these protected areas, there's 1,800 communities that are isolated from technology, that live inside this natural reserves or protected areas. To have the control of the National Connectivity Plan, we have developed several strategies. One of them is that we have a center for control and monitoring that allows us to visualize in real time the advances of the connectivity plan and the functioning of the plan. And we can see here the map of Guatemala and each installation and how the program is growing within the country. We also have a dashboard that allows us to visualize and the functioning of each of these facilities. So the decree mandates us to execute, implement, but also supervise the services, the type of services we're providing. So we have a software that allows us to check the functioning, the effective functioning of these services. So we have a control center where we receive on real-time information, and we can monitor the latency, the speed, if the facility is working, if it's out of service because of energy failures or network failures, and this allows us to keep control of all the implementation. This is our final objective, 35,000 schools, more than 2,000 health centers, and more than 1,100 police stations. The objective is very ambitious, but we are already working, we are progressing, and we hope to be able to achieve or at least have a good advance for those that will come after us. Currently, we have this requirements. This is 1,028 schools, the high school level, to 964 health centers, 300 police stations, and 34 areas that belong to the reserve or protection areas. 2,326 facilities. This is our target for 2026. Guatemala is divided in 22 departments, and these are the requirements that we have from each department. From CONAP, which is the Council for Reserved Areas, the Ministry of Education, from the Ministry of the Interior, from the Ministry of Health, which comprise the 2,036 services of digital connectivities that we have to install to be able to work this plan. As a government institution, we have to abide to the law for procurement of the government, and this is the first challenge to overcome because the law, it limits the facility, the easiness of procurement. So we have to overcome these requirements. It's a red tape, and we have followed several strategies. Direct procurement, which we have we post a quote or a calling for bidding, and the candidates can offer their services in agreement with our requests. So this is one of the first strategies, but we have realized that it's very slow and we won't be able to keep on track with direct procurement. First, the institutions are going and the health centers are going to grow, and we would take us more than 20 years to cover their needs. So we're looking for other options besides this national procurement system, and we can do this with open contract management, and it is based in a public bidding, and it is published, it is assigned, and then we can procure the services and the goods in an easier way. So we are working in this direction. So we are trying to use several strategies, and the open bidding modality is now advancing, and we hope to have several candidates by the end of the year. And so we can have internet and data services in a more expedited way. We're also working with a Guatemalan company of telecommunications. It's called Huatel, and also the law allows us to work with them in a more expedited way because they belong to the government, but this company doesn't really have the capacity that we need, so it's a little slow too. And lastly, we're promoting a law at the Congress to be able to declare in Guatemala internet as a basic service. And this would be fundamental and of utmost importance because in all the international events with international organizations, and here it has already been mentioned, internet is not a luxury, it's a need. So we cannot pretend that our country develops and grow if we do not have the tools and the procedures that are effective and agile to provide connectivity, particular to all those areas and marginalized populations, because it is a need that we all have the same right and the same opportunities to access internet. And how are we going to do it? We have three models. One is using the service providers, internet service providers that already exist in the country, and to build internet services in the schools. We have more than 100 satellite systems for areas where the access by optic fiber or other means is very difficult. So we are tackling these areas with satellite internet, and we are also working on other options. This one in the center, we want to implement it in those areas that are communities that are within protected areas that have no internet. Some of them don't even have electricity. So we're working with some companies to have a comprehensive solution for these areas. So maybe we can use a local internet provider that already exists, or satellite internet, and distribute it in a local radio network. And that will allow us to reach 1,800 areas that we have identified of communities that are completely isolated. And if they need to communicate, they have to travel and get to an area where there is connectivity to be able to communicate. So we have assigned 431 services that we have assigned already. And this is the easiest way, but it's still slow. In the Ministry of Education, we have 304 services that have already been implemented, and we have our monitoring center. We have 42 of these monitoring centers in the Ministry of Education, and we are starting to work. Probably in June, we'll start working with the Ministry of the Interior or Security, which has under them the police forces. And this is what we have already in place, and what 31 that are still pending. The opened a contract is a procurement system that is a little slow. We have been working for 8 months in this open procurement contract. The government provides a template, and we prepare the technical specifications, and that's all ready for the different services of internet that we are going to contract. And then that goes to the finance ministry, and that's where we are. And then there is a public bidding where the services can be procured and allocated to 2 or 3 providers. But once we allocate the contract from the SIT or from any government institution, we can use this open contract to procure a menu of services according to the needs of the institutions. And that's why way we're going to do it for these 3 ministries. This is the process that is a one-time process, better prices because of volume. It's easier to integrate. And in regards to internet as a basic service, and we are centered in this, and the UNESCO has declared that it is not only a technological tool, but it's a fundamental human right. And we are all aware of this. And at this time, almost 11 a.m., I assure you that we have all seen our phone a couple of times, or maybe we have sent a couple of messages. And so all our activities are around our internet. So how is it possible that we still have people that have no access? How can we even conceive the development of a country that is not connected? So at this point, it is key for development. It is a matter of inclusion. We have to be aware that we all have to be on board of the technology ship. The OAS also recommends access to internet as an essential service, and Guatemala, interestingly, has participated in all these forums and all these meetings, has signed, has committed, but it's not coherent with the legislation in the country. So we need that. If we have committed internationally, becomes a reality in our country, in the practice, a reality so we want to really have internet as a basic human right. There is an article in our legislation, Article 46, no, 42G, he corrects himself. And he says which services are basic for the country. We have electricity, of course, drinking water, trash disposal, and fixed internet. So the using internet via telephone, it's now old-fashioned. When we started with internet, we had those modems of 56 point something, he says, K, 56K. So we installed our modem, and then we connected via the phone cables and to messaging services. It was very basic, and that's how we can see how the files were downloaded very slowly. But Guatemala's law still contemplates fixed telephone internet because that was what we did in the old times. But we are now promoting this law project so that we can agree this word here, internet, so that internet can be declared in Guatemala as a basic and fundamental service. And that is super important for equality of all Guatemalans. My conclusions, well, in the Connectivity National Plan, we have three bottlenecks. One, which are very important to overcome. The first one is the generation of events for procurement of services is very slow. We have a huge bottleneck there, and we need to be able to break through it with the declaration of internet like a basic service. We also have another bottleneck that is important, which is that response of the operators. In any forum, in any meeting, we always make an invitation to operators to participate in the National Connectivity Plan so that we can work in a faster, more effective way. And another bottleneck that we face is the types of installations. These are the three great challenges of the National Connectivity Plan. We're working on them, and we're implementing strategies, and we have meetings, and we're trying to break through these bottlenecks so that we can execute this plan in regarding to our goals. Success factors of the plan with the support of the government. We have full support of the government. We have the resources for the implementation, and what has stopped us is the efficiency of the services that I mentioned, procurement, for example. And this slide, I want you to keep this in mind. We are here in Antigua, Guatemala, declared World Heritage of Humanity, and that's how in 1776 the capital was moved from here, from Antigua, to where we are today in the Valley of the Ermita. And so the same way, let's try to transfer the Guatemala that uses pens and paper to the digital Guatemala, and that we can come on board of the ship of technology and grow jointly with the more developed countries in the world, advancing to a more modern Guatemala, more effective and more competitive. So we're going to try to go from this past that is, you know, a little backwards to a digital future, and that's what we are working on in the SIT to bring internet to all those children that need it, to bring access to telemedicine, and, and to all the important platforms that would allow us to provide better services, for example, for the elderly and for all the people that need the services of the health system. And of course, in a country where we have high levels of insecurity and delinquency, we're also working on this sector. And so that's what I had to say. So I just want to thank you and invite you to do some tourism. If you want to hike the volcanoes around Antigua, that would be fabulous. We have so many beautiful places to visit in our country. So I also, lastly, I want to wish you all that visit us from abroad to enjoy our country, and that we can enjoy and exchange ideas, and that this South School allows us to grow together in the digital eras. Thank you very much for your attention. An applause for Luis, please. Thank you, Luis. A question. Are you going to stay with us? I don't have time for questions because we're a little late. But if you stay with us, maybe during the coffee break, our foreigners and nationals can approach you and ask you questions. You said something very noteworthy to mention. I usually provide virtual classes. We're connected. We're fortunate. But half the world does not have this opportunity. So let's not take for granted that everybody has this access. And those who do not have it, we lose so much. So beyond the problems that also come with the internet, we have many benefits. And thank you, Luis. And now I want to give the floor to someone that comes from abroad. I want to remember his whole title. We have this person connected virtually. I don't want to in virtual. We have Klaus Pistilli, and he's the vice minister. It's a long name. Vice Minister of Technology. Ministry of Technologies, Information and Communications of Paraguay. Klaus, I see you in our giant screen. I don't know if you see us. Do you hear us? Yes, I hear you perfectly. A very warm greetings to all of you. And we have fellows from Paraguay and from all the region and from the world connected virtually. Thank you for your patience. We were a little delayed in the start of the event, but we welcome you, and we are eager to hear you about the connectivity plans in Paraguay. Can you please share my screen? I think we're sharing your screen here. Thank you. Greetings from Adrian Carballo to you. I know that you guys see each other frequently when he travels to Paraguay for work and pleasure. A big hug, Adrian, and for all of you present in this work journey, a warm greetings from the Ministry of Communications and Technology of Paraguay. If you allow me, I will start the presentation, and if you also allow me to, for a because we were talking about connectivity, I want to share our spectrum so you can visualize what I will talk about. So I you won't see my face, but you will see my screen, and we can go to the presentation, which is the most important thing today. Uh, Everything is ready. We have your screen very visible, and we see you in a small window. Digital transformation in Paraguay started many years ago. And what we start to see is how to apply the digital agenda. In 1997, we started a strong cooperation with the IDB, which gave us a loan of $130 million to achieve, to potentiate our digital agenda. If we bear in mind what we are building in Paraguay, if you visualize it, it is not only technology. And when we talk about technology, us technocrats, we always see from the tools, from the software, from the cybersecurity, from connectivity point of view. But we have to see it in a broader way, from the efficiency, from opportunities to generate new businesses, to reach goals at the national level. So we want sustainability and continuity of all the technological environment. And the transformation is not for the future or the past, it's for the now. And what we're looking for is that Paraguay, since we are in the heart of South America, that we can end up a technological hub for the whole region.
As I was saying, we have the program to support the digital agenda that is framed in at least four fundamental pillars, four components that I'm going to develop along these minutes, where what we are looking for is through digital government economy, digital inclusion through the efforts done in connectivity and in the own institutional strengthening in MITIC. We seek to promote competitiveness of Paraguayan economy. And of course, what we're looking for is to improve the quality of public services provided not just to the citizenship but also to the companies and of course the whole world that is visiting us when the moment that they are here in Paraguay. So in terms of execution, we can see that the agenda in Mitic and Paraguay, although I mentioned is a loan provided by IDB, it was like the execution. We had a loan of $130 million, where the loan law, when we configured this and we stopped defining this in 2019, 2020, we had all this roadmap in 2023. So to speak, to mention some important things, we reached 18% of execution in 2024. Normally, we had to finish this in the first 5 years of agenda. We were able to have extension in the program without saying that what we all go through in the times in the pandemics made some of these programs to take a bit longer. So we are in 2026, June this year, June 1st, and we are in a level of commitment of, we have committed 62%, which is, this was up to March, but to date, after signing the most important contracts that I'm going to share further along, we are over 70%. What have we foreseen, at least in these great or large components, where we will develop? Here we have the large components, not just of digital government, but where in digital government we can talk about the cybersecurity components, software, even projects that are related that start in the digital world, and there we have a specific inclusion line. We also have an economy and digital inclusion, and of course an infrastructure, without saying that at the time when we obtained this loan we were another agency. We were a small agency of around 60 technicians, where right now we are over 400 people in the whole ministry. We had at least, or we still have, huge challenges. Digitization, precisely what leads us to all of this, is contrary to corruption, right? Digitization, what shows, or at least what it emphasizes, is transparency, traceability, efficiency, and if we do this, the efficiency of all projects as well. The goal is, in this point of challenge regarding digitization, is 100% of all governmental procedures fully digitized. And although there are things like starting a procedure at least online, what we're looking for is for the majority of them from end to end are completely online, so that you don't have to displace yourself from the department in your country where you're at. We have some strengthenings that we've received, at least by the agenda, and initiatives that are very interesting, that marked us, or are marking the roadmap, setting the roadmap regarding sustainable transformation. So from 3 years back now, we really did, we emphasized the MITIC law, which is about controlling all purchase association, related to technology and communications. Although the Ministry of Technology was created in the year 2018, until we conformed all the areas, and it was a union of two secretariats: the secretariat that was the National Technology Secretariat, and the Communication Secretariat, press, radio, TV, public TV. When these two agencies joined together, we created the Ministry of Technologies, and until 3 years ago, we still had a role that we were not completing this fully. So this is how, just to give you a number relating to purchases in ICTs, last year we passed over $350 million in acquisitions, procurements, and tech incorporations to all the Paraguayan state. And in another way, I can say that last year we have saved, or we have not authorized, precisely just as if it was one more full agenda, $130 million. Just 1 year we have invested, and we have done an efficient purchase of expense of our own agenda in all the agencies that we cover. Part of our roadmap, or at least of sustainable transformation, we have huge projects from the area of digital governance. And here we have projects that are from Vamos, that start from this new government, have been put into practice. For example, validity of digital documents. The 4 documents that you are using permanently in the streets and at the moment of controls, not just of transit but police when needed. And we bring this to application to the sole government portal, with what we know as a Paraguay portal, where somehow we have different documents. Last year, we put into practice the last national cybersecurity strategy. We are in all of this, and from the previous versions, we got to the last version of at least 3 strategies, and we get to this final version where we're putting into practice all the good practices of cybersecurity in general. We have other projects related to digital governance, regulatory projects, although we are one of the last countries that didn't have a law for personal data protection. We adopted one of the last drafts, and the latest and most important ones were many times bringing a regulatory that is the latest benefits us from all the natural cycle of changes that others had to go through, and we take advantage of this know-how of the different countries to be projected in this latest regulation. We're also working in the cybersecurity regulation, legislative regulation, and a law as a control for the artificial intelligence law. A bit more of digital government. We always approach from here to provide the best solutions to the state and for the solutions to somehow get to the citizens. As I was saying, the application of the Paraguay portal, which is the most important application we have here in the state, already encompasses, if I'm looking at the timer, we reached 1,500,000 Paraguayans that already have their electronic ID and have access to the over 6,100,000 Paraguayans that exist. Although we have approximately 1,300 procedures, over 480 of those are completely digital. And as I was saying at the beginning, we have the 4 most important documents that are, and to talk about some, perhaps we will agree that it's important to have them in their own countries and everyone present here. In this course, I think it's highly important to talk about that. Our ID, perhaps our countries are called differently, but it's our ID document, the ID document of Paraguay. We have the driver's license. The same thing for people. We have for vehicles, for motorcycles, everything related to cars or vehicles that are in the street. The driver's license. Oh, so we have an ID for vehicles and we have a driver's license. And vehicle enabling. We don't only have the 3 most common ones, but we also have one that allows this vehicle to be on route. A bit more about letting you know about what, or bringing the project of digital government, our zero paper project, and e-file, where what we hope is to bring everyone in the institutions of a system of traceability, efficiency, bringing the state to the citizenship. This is another tool more where, if although we've shared a bit of paper, 4.7 tons of paper, what I always support or continue saying is that it takes time to incorporate technology in a public institution, but once it's already inside, it's difficult to take it out. And change management and culture is bigger than all the information inside a system, or having this information is what we are enforcing, trying to achieve in the Ministry of Communication, doing a recount of what we've done. Is we've updated over 250 modules of systems that allow us to, for internal management and the management of the public sector with the citizenship and with businesses to become perfected, and we always seek to create the necessary basis to enhance the world of digital government here in Paraguay. Some more things we did with the digital agenda. The hospital information system, even although today we have approximately 1,000, we are closer to 1,300 health posts in the roadmap of digital health. Since MITIC, we've supported 110, mostly 10% of everything related to Ministry of Public Health and social well-being in Paraguay. And we've contributed not only in change management, but also we've supported in infrastructure and connectivity of 110 health centers. What else can I say? A couple of years ago, we had an emblem program of the President of His Excellency Santiago Peña, President of the Republic of Paraguay. This program that is very important of Hunger Zero in schools, where he was tasked, the Ministry of Technology was tasked to draft this program from the point of view of creating the development, setting forth an implementation of a platform to be able to make these operations digitally. And we have public institutions like LCP and Public Hiring Office and the person in charge of hiring and procurement of school food and social development and municipalities of Paraguay, without talking about the Ministry of Economy and Finance, that also within this, the huge work that was done jointly, we tried to reduce procurement processes from months to hours, and all service orders and delivery orders to deliver food of what was done before in paper with communication basically of days. We changed to a couple of clicks in the platform, and we were able to achieve more transparency and traceability in the whole social policy. I will change components a bit. We go to digital governance, to economy, and digital inclusion. Here we have two large general directions that are in charge of these different programs. Programs and projects. We have the training program, the scholarship program, and we have some numbers that shed more than 1,900 scholarships, over 19,000 boot camps and TICS programs. And when we were doing these programs, we were talking about and we were going to the basis of why we were doing this sort of certification and not others, when we saw that basically with this we were covering 50% of the need the different industries had and country companies. We also have other points where we generate and bet on innovators in these programs for what we know as Innovating Paraguay, that are technological basis companies, where what we do is like a contest where they are prepared, pre-accelerated, we accelerate them, and finally what we seek is internationalization of the products. And for all of this, what happens is that they have funds that where the different participants win these bids, and then they are assigned to these types of allocations. Over $800,000 is what we have dispersed in these programs. More than 400 entrepreneurs were the end beneficiaries, and we have And it's over, or at least 9 editions, full editions, 9 years that we've been doing this very successful program from the public sector. Within the mission we have of this component, we had the building an ecosystem of the triple helix model. For this, we got the funds within the digital agenda, and somehow we are doing since last year in the management of the bids, the back and forth we had, so that finally we can allocate, and we're done. Construction since last year, last month, a week ago, in a plot of land of over 20,000 square meters, where what we're looking for is in this same space generate an environment of the triple helix model of this presence of the state, presence of academia, presence of the private sector, and of course, the ecosystem can somehow function in over 9 laboratories and multi-use rooms, the corporate office where we will have meeting itself, and over here offices for the different organizations, state agencies, and offices for the startups and for the spaces of co-working. All of this had or was based at least in 6 strategic pillars where, as you will see in the presentation, this is what we're looking for to happen within the district. Without mention, we want to mention that this district is in the next door plot, just in all these square meters. We were talking about the building, and the next door is a university, which is the Polytechnical University of Taiwan, Paraguay, which is another strategic partner, where what we're looking for is to do this interaction with academia, although they're not the only ones. Also, other sectors of academia, not only public but private as well. Here we have the 6 strategic pillars from digital talent. What is the smart infrastructure for us to select here and load all these things of high impact? Our normal roadmap is open innovation. We are in the phase of the final validation of governance, current governance, and of course, governance on how we're going to do this in the following year, so that ultimately we can do this internationalization. As we always say, the district innovates. This is physical. This is very similar to a hub, where the space that is still stated here is so that we can have other more companies and build the 4 buildings and the other 4 towers, where they'll be able to have this innovative ecosystem. But here, what do we have here? The only thing we have here is a physical space and the buildings. But it's underway what it would be the digital innovation building in a platform that what it seeks somehow is to gather everyone in this virtual space, where all of this is live. Talent is in all the country. Opportunities should not depend on the location, and we cannot wait for this to be built and to start, and for this to be operating fully in the beginning of 2028. But we need to continue promoting this from the virtual world. And here we have the domain, where the platform of the district itself, Innova, is already operating. We go to the third component, which is the component of infrastructure and connectivity, looking a bit about the topic of what they were projecting. I think it's important to understand a bit about what we are doing here from Paraguay. We have programs for free internet in public spaces. We have programs for let's bring the different types of software and apps that the different state organizations have to a safe environment like Mimula BI, and let's interconnect everything through our interoperability system. Here we have over 430 public spaces throughout the country with free internet. In these areas where finally this is part of the agenda, where although there are complicated spaces where interconnectivity doesn't reach, at least we get with an access point with connectivity to these inhospitable places. What for what? To take advantage of the unlimited courses of the previous component. So somehow we have saved not only in authorization of procurement, but also bringing these apps of over 113 public agencies to our Cloud PY or Cloud Paraguay, right? And say that the different state organizations are intercommunicated among themselves through an interoperability system. And in Paraguay, it's called the exchange of information system. We know, as many of you know, the idea of this is that from a point to another, those that generate the information can receive on the other side and vice versa. So doing a quick ecosystem and trying to close up this presentation, we have over 25 production companies that are joining producers of information, and of the 25 that produce information that others consume, which is very important. We have more than consume than those that produce. And with the cooperation of infrastructure with the digital governance world. And I want to mention something more that we're doing from within infrastructure and digital connectivity. I don't know if you've heard, Paraguay made huge investments, and we were doing strong bids to have the state data center, a tier 3 data center where the approximate investment today foreseen is $34 million, and the allocation right now is in June. This is brand new news because we're just trying to get all the elements of the consortium to start the allocation to build the building of the data center next month. And of course, we need to enable this at the end of 2027. With this, I will start concluding beyond these numbers that I was talking about very quickly, the true impact, as it says here in the title caption. The true impact in the lives of people is that citizens save time with the digital procedures. Young people are being permanently trained to compete in the whole world. SMEs have access to digital tools and a more digital state, and when the state is more digital, it also makes operations or the different interventions they have with the state are more optimum or more efficient. And lastly, communities, or at least many of the communities here in Paraguay, are connecting for the first time. On my side, that's all. Thank you very much for the space to tell you a bit about what we were working on in these last years from within the digital agenda of Paraguay. And of course, it's a pleasure and an honor to share with all of you here today. Thank you very much, Klaus. A big round of applause, Klaus. Unfortunately, we are a bit behind with the agenda. If not, I would open the floor for comments and questions. But I take a comment you said. Sometimes it's very difficult in the state to acquire the tools. But once you get them, they won't leave. I remember the experience of the file. I have the experience of Argentinian colleagues. It wasn't the user-friendly system, but in the pandemic, this allowed the whole national state to continue functioning. So I take your words and I want to congratulate Paraguay, and we need to do a school in Paraguay. So I take this opportunity, and with this public here, the audience here in Guatemala achieved this. They wanted to bring the school to Guatemala, so our perseverance will continue until we achieve this. Big round of applause to everyone here, virtual and in person. I want to thank you to continue participating. We will see you soon in Paraguay. Good day. Very well, very interesting. So, now I want to share some videos of greetings of some people that have always participated in the school from the beginning. First, we have a video of Winton Surf that was in 2 editions of the school when we did it in the OAS headquarters in Washington. And if you don't know him, he's the creator of the protocol of TCP/IP. That is the basis for many things, including internet today. Can we look at the video for Vinton and subtitle? Thanks to Luca. Thank you, Luca. We can't hear anything.
Vince Cerf, I'm Vice President and Chief Internet. And I appreciate once again my good
Se
friend
escucha muy
Olga
bajito.
Cavalli's invitation to join
Bueno, se
you
pueden
this
imaginar
week
que lo leen de abajo.
virtually, during this. Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. And I appreciate once again my good friend Olga Cavalli's invitation to join you, at least virtually, during this Internet governance meeting. First of all, I want to observe that the Internet continues to evolve. It's getting faster, it's getting bigger, more people have access to it, and of course the layers at the World Wide Web and above that layer have been evolving as well. More applications are coming as we speak. More mobiles are able to make use of the Internet. And in fact, many of us think of our mobiles as indispensable now, which worries me a little because when they don't work, you have a bad day. Policy continues to be a big challenge in the Internet space, not least because we have social media where some people take advantage of the kind of megaphone that the Internet offers, the amplification that it offers, to generate disinformation and misinformation or perform other harmful acts online. The network can't stop some of those things from happening. It may be technically impossible to do that. To try to detect it in real time is difficult. And even though we now have artificial intelligence and large language models that are remarkably facile at examining content, both audio, video, as well as text, we still can't look at everything very completely in order to filter things out. Those of you who know some of the statistics will know that, as an example, YouTube is receiving 500 hours of video per minute, inbound to the system. We use tools to try to detect abusive material and filter it out, but it's not perfect. The implication of all that is that when we encounter people using the network for these nefarious purposes, we need to have a way of alerting the authorities and making sure that these people are held accountable. This is difficult because the accountability has to cross international boundaries. The victims may be in one jurisdiction and the perpetrators in another, so we have to have international agreements like the Cybercrime Treaty, or the Budapest Conventions and some of the other similar kinds of agreements in order to deal with some of this abusive behavior. I think I'd like you to focus your attention, though, on another element that is entered into the picture in the last couple of years, and that's the large language models and agent technology, where the LLMs in fact, are given the capacity to interact with the real world, to interact with the web, to cause real things to happen, making reservations for dinner or an airline flight, or organizing a trip to Paris, or taking other actions that are intended to be beneficial on behalf of users. The problem we run into, of course, is that these same mechanisms can exercise real-world capability to do things that you don't want them to do, like spending money out of your bank account that you didn't intend to be spent. So we have a big challenge in figuring out how to make agents accountable. We need to be able to identify them strongly. We need to know what their provenance is. We need to know what transactions they've engaged in. We need to have audit trails that can be used after the fact in order to deal with a discovered abusive behavior. That audit trail needs to hold up in a court of law, so it needs to be evidence that is essentially not unforgeable. These are all challenges that we have yet to fully meet. And so some of your discussions, I hope, at the summer school will, in fact, address these questions and perhaps shed some light on directions that we can take to cope with some of those problems. The internet, as you know, is also going off planet. I've spoken before about the interplanetary internet, and that's underway as well. We have expectations that the Artemis return to the moon missions and the complementary missions from ESA and JAXA and CARI will make use of a new interplanetary protocol we call the Bundle Protocol Suite in order to accommodate the variable delay and disruption that takes place in outer space environments due to planetary rotation or trajectories or simply speed of light delay. So there's lots going on in the internet, despite the fact that it's been around for 50 years now. Since its conception, it continues to expand functionally and physically as we all experience on a day-to-day basis. So I'm looking forward to the outcomes of your summer school this year, and I hope you'll share those widely with those of us who couldn't attend in person. I hope we'll meet sometime on the net.
Interesante lo que dice Vin.
Interesting. It's interesting that he also insists on the interplanetary internet. There is a series of challenges. Now we have a special greetings of a Vint. Sometimes she is online, but we're going to see Doreen Bachman, the General Secretary of ITU. Hello, all of you. Estoy. Quisiera estar en ustedes en Guatemala en nombre de UTI, la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones, el ministro de Infraestructura. Hay subtítulos.
You are learning in exactly the right place, at exactly the right moment. And it's an exciting one, because last year, UN member states reaffirmed the WIS's vision of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. And they set a clear course to deliver on it through 2035. They also built multi-stakeholder cooperation into that course as a core foundational principle, which is to say, what SSIG has been teaching for 18 years is exactly how the world is working together to shape our shared digital future. The decisions being made right now on artificial intelligence, digital identity, cybersecurity, and who gets meaningfully connected will define the coming decade of digital transformation. Your voices and ideas belong in those decisions. That's why I encourage you to bring everything you learned this week forward in your careers, classrooms, and conferences, no matter which field you're actually working in. To all SSIG fellows, organizers, and academic partners, thank you for 18 years of opening digital doors for teaching internet governance in 2 languages, across 5 continents, and for building generation after generation an inclusive information society worthy of the age of artificial intelligence. Les deseo una semana llena de inspiración, aprendizaje y colaboración. Muchísimas gracias.
Qué lindo, me encanta cuando habla español.
I love when she speaks Spanish. Beautiful. The ITU gave us 2 awards. This is in 2022 and 2024. We have a special greeting from Curtis, also subtitled by Lucas.
It's an honor to be part of today's event, and while I regret not being able to join you in person in Guatemala, I'm very pleased to connect with you virtually. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who made this new edition of the South School of Internet Governance, SSIG, possible. A special thanks to Olga Cavalli and Adrian Carvalho, founders of SSIG, to the organizing institutions and local hosts in Guatemala, and to all of the partners and collaborators who continue to make this program a success year after year. ICANN has proudly supported SSIG since its inception. Over the years, ICANN's board, staff and community have actively contributed to the growth and evolution of the internet governance schools worldwide. We support these initiatives through sponsorships, faculty participation, and by engaging as mentors, speakers, students, and organizers. We do this because we recognize the important role SSIG plays in developing the next generation of leaders in the internet governance ecosystem, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. During your time at SSIG, you will explore ICANN's work to ensure a stable and secure operation of the Internet's unique identifier systems. Today, I would like to highlight a core principle that underpins ICANN's work as well as the broader Internet governance ecosystem, the multi-stakeholder model. The multi-stakeholder model brings together voices from across society through governments, the private sector, civil society, the technical community, individuals, and academia. It ensures that diverse regional perspectives are incorporated in bottom-up, consensus-based decision-making in the global public interest. This is particularly important for regions like Latin America and the Caribbean, where local realities must shape global conversations. This grounding in diverse, regionally informed perspectives is what enables the model to remain both inclusive and effective at a global level. That inclusive approach is not just a principle, but gives the multi-stakeholder model its resilience and relevance over time. As the global landscape evolves, the strength of the multi-stakeholder model lies in its ability to translate diverse input into sustained collective action. This is reflected in how the global community continues to come together around shared priorities. Most recently, the outcomes of the 2025 WSIS Plus 20 review reaffirmed the importance of the multi-stakeholder model and underscored the need for continued collaboration. Building on that renewed commitment, the focus now turns to putting these principles into practice. One clear way this commitment is being put into practice is through ICANN's work to expand access and participation in the domain name system. ICANN is dedicated to strengthening the single, globally interoperable Internet for all. This includes how people access the Internet. The next round of new GTLDs, which is open for applications now, is an opportunity to expand access, including through internationalized domain names that enable users to navigate the Internet in their own languages and scripts. At the same time, support mechanisms must work for a broad range of applicants, which is why the programs like the Applicant Support Program are so important. Another essential element is universal acceptance, which ensures all domain names and email addresses function properly, regardless of language or script. This is critical to enabling the next billion users and making the Internet truly global. ICANN's work depends on active participation from people like you. At ICANN, we are building trust through delivery. We have clarified our objectives and are taking a more disciplined approach to tracking progress. This transparency makes it easier for the community to see what is advancing, what faces challenges, and where we need to focus our collective efforts. I invite those of you not yet involved to join us. A great starting point is attending one of our public meetings, which are fully accessible remotely. You can also explore the ICANN Newcomer program, ICANN Learn, our fellowship program, and the Next Gen program. Joining the ICANN community offers an opportunity to connect, contribute to shaping a secure, stable, and resilient internet. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. I look forward to seeing how each of you will contribute to the future of the internet. Enjoy the week ahead and make the most of every opportunity to connect and collaborate. Thank you.
Gracias, Curtis.
Thank you very much, Curtis. We're also going to have a special ICANN meeting in IANA, so we have important participation from ICANN. We have 2 more videos. One by Jose Cepeda, that's a European parliamentarian. I recommend that if you're interested in cybersecurity, follow him on media because he has a very important activity in a series of international activities, especially in the EU, but they've come to Latin America as well. And then we have the General Secretary of CEPAL, and then we will go to coffee before an announcement I'm going to give you.
Estimadas autoridades y participantes de la South School of Internet Governance, permítanme comenzar primero trasladándoles un saludo cordial desde el Parlamento Europeo y agradecer sinceramente la invitación a participar en esta 18ª edición de vuestra escuela, una iniciativa referencia en formación de la gobernanza de Internet en toda la región. Quiero, en primer lugar, reconocer también el trabajo de los organizadores, entre ellos mi querida amiga la profesora Olga Cavalli, que hacen posible este espacio de diálogo y de aprendizaje año tras año. Lamento no poder acompañarles presencialmente, pero me alegra poder sumarme a través de este vídeo a una comunidad que trabaja directamente en cómo se gobierna Internet. La ciberseguridad ya no es solo un asunto técnico, me lo han escuchado en alguna ocasión. Hoy afecta al funcionamiento de la economía, de los servicios públicos y directamente de nuestras democracias. Los ciberataques no buscan únicamente robar datos, también tratan de interrumpir servicios esenciales o influir en la construcción de la opinión pública. Y esto nos obliga a cambiar de enfoque. No basta con tener buenos sistemas de protección, hace falta tener una buena coordinación, ser capaces de anticiparnos y una capacidad de respuesta potente, compartida. En la práctica esto se traduce en un enfoque, en una visión holística que abarque a toda la sociedad, administraciones, empresas, universidades y, claro que sí, también los propios ciudadanos. Esto significa que debemos de invertir en algo que a veces se subestima y es algo tan importante como la formación. Sin profesionales cualificados, sin ciudadanos conscientes del riesgo que tienen, cualquier estrategia se queda absolutamente incompleta. Por eso, desde aquí, desde la Unión Europea, estamos avanzando en medidas concretas como la Directiva NIS2, que refuerza las obligaciones de ciberseguridad en sectores críticos como la energía, el transporte, la sanidad o cualquier tipo de servicio digital. ¿Y qué cambia con esto? Os preguntaréis. Pues fundamentalmente las propias organizaciones que deben gestionar mejor sus riesgos, ¿no? Tienen que asumir sus responsabilidades, notificar incidentes con carácter obligatorio y adoptar medidas de seguridad de una forma muy exigente. Además, se refuerza la cooperación entre países, algo esencial para poder responder de manera coordinada ante ataques que en muchas ocasiones afectan a varias organizaciones y a cadenas de suministro completas. No olvidemos que Internet no tiene fronteras. Por lo tanto, en este contexto, la cooperación entre Europa y América Latina es clave, es fundamental, especialmente en el intercambio de información, el desarrollo de capacidades y en la protección de esas infraestructuras críticas. Por todo ello, espacios como esta escuela son tan importantes, porque conectan formación, políticas públicas y práctica profesional. Es ahí donde realmente debemos de construir la resiliencia digital. En definitiva, les deseo un buen y provechoso curso y que esta experiencia os aporte fundamentalmente herramientas, conocimientos útiles y una gran capacitación profesional. Así que desde aquí, desde el corazón de Europa, desde Bruselas, les quiero lanzar un cordial saludo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Síganlo en redes, a José publica cosas muy interesantes. Y finalmente,
Thank you, Jose, for interesting things. And now the representative of CEPAL also sends greetings. He's from Costa Rica, Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinac. There are subtitles.
Distinguidos participantes, colegas de gobiernos, academia, sector privado, sociedad civil y organismos internacionales. Es un gran gusto dirigirme a ustedes en esta 18ª edición de la South School on Internet Governance. Esta escuela es un espacio fundamental para fortalecer capacidades, promover el diálogo multiactor y avanzar en la construcción de una gobernanza digital más inclusiva y efectiva en América Latina y el Caribe. En el arco de la revolución digital nos encontramos en un momento decisivo. La acelerada evolución de las tecnologías digitales y en particular de la inteligencia artificial lo está transformando todo. Nuestras economías, nuestras instituciones, nuestras sociedades y en general la forma en que producimos, nos educamos, interactuamos y vivimos. No se trata simplemente de una nueva ola tecnológica. Si nos transportáramos en el tiempo 50 años hacia adelante y viéramos para atrás, estoy seguro que veremos esta y las siguientes décadas como un momento de enorme disrupción y cambio. Muchos buenos, sin duda, pero muchos amenazantes y negativos. El potencial de la revolución tecnológica y de la inteligencia artificial para beneficiar el desarrollo y el bienestar es sin duda enorme. Desde la CEPAL vemos a la mayoría de los países de América Latina y el Caribe sumidos en 3 trampas de desarrollo. Una de baja capacidad para crecer, una segunda trampa de alta desigualdad, baja movilidad social y débil cohesión social, y una de bajas capacidades institucionales y de gobernanza poco efectiva. La revolución digital y la inteligencia artificial pueden ser un instrumento clave para salir de estas trampas e impulsar otras. Otras transformaciones indispensables, con grandes beneficios para los modelos de desarrollo y el bienestar de las personas. Sin embargo, este potencial no se materializará de manera automática ni espontánea. Se necesitan políticas públicas bien orientadas y basadas en visiones compartidas por parte de amplios sectores de las sociedades. Por ejemplo, la región enfrenta brechas significativas en el acceso a las tecnologías digitales y en particular en su uso real y efectivo. No basta con conectarse. Es indispensable que personas, empresas e instituciones puedan apropiarse de estas tecnologías y utilizarlas de manera significativa para mejorar su bienestar y productividad. Persisten importantes diferencias entre zonas urbanas y rurales, con brechas de conectividad que oscilan entre 25 y 35 puntos porcentuales según país. Esas brechas hay que cerrarlas. Las desigualdades de ingreso se reflejan claramente en el acceso digital. La diferencia entre los hogares del quintil de mayores ingresos y los de menores ingresos alcanza entre 40 y 50 puntos porcentuales. Estas brechas también hay que cerrarlas. A esto se suma el desafío de la asequibilidad. En varios países de menor ingreso, el costo de 1 gigabyte de datos móviles representa entre un 3 y un 8% del ingreso per cápita, muy por encima del menos del 1% observado en países de la OCDE. Pero incluso entre los actores conectados no se está haciendo un uso real y efectivo de las tecnologías digitales. Por ejemplo, alrededor del 96% de las micro y pequeñas empresas en la región no cuentan con una página web. Más allá de esa cifra, existen importantes brechas de adopción de tecnologías digitales por parte de una buena parte de nuestro tejido productivo. Ahora bien, más allá de estas brechas tradicionales, hoy enfrentamos una nueva y creciente brecha, la brecha en inteligencia artificial. América Latina y el Caribe representa el 6.6% del Producto Interno Bruto Mundial y el 8.8% de la población global, pero apenas concentra un 1.1% de la inversión global en inteligencia artificial. Esta brecha no solo refleja una desigualdad tecnológica, sino también un riesgo de profundización de las brechas productivas y desarrollo en general. Pero como dije, y bien sabemos, la inteligencia artificial también representa una oportunidad única. Puede convertirse en una herramienta poderosa para salir de las trampas del desarrollo. Para avanzar en esa dirección es fundamental contar con condiciones habilitantes adecuadas, infraestructura digital robusta, capacidades humanas, marcos regulatorios modernos y, un elemento clave, una gobernanza digital efectiva. Además, para abordar la primera trampa, por ejemplo, será fundamental conectar los esfuerzos de transformación digital con las políticas de desarrollo productivo. Esto implicará desarrollar esfuerzos por el lado de la demanda, por ejemplo, escalar los esfuerzos de extensionismo digital, buscando una mayor digitalización de las empresas y en especial de las MIPYMES. Y también, por el lado de la oferta, trabajando en agendas que mejoren la competitividad de las empresas digitales de la región a partir de iniciativas clúster digitales que ya hoy existen. En este esfuerzo, la cooperación regional es clave. La Agenda Digital para América Latina y el Caribe, ILAC, es una plataforma de diálogo y cooperación que articula una agenda común para avanzar hacia un uso real y efectivo de las tecnologías digitales en la región. Esta agenda se estructura en torno a 3 pilares. Primero, conocimiento y monitoreo, a través de instrumentos como el Observatorio de Desarrollo Digital y el Índice Latinoamericano de Inteligencia Artificial, que fortalecen la toma de decisiones basada en evidencia. Segundo, el diálogo de políticas mediante la conferencia ministerial y los grupos de trabajo en áreas clave como inteligencia artificial, economía digital y conectividad. Y tercero, herramientas, asistencia técnica y fortalecimiento de capacidades, con iniciativas como el Laboratorio de Transformación Digital o DLAB y la Escuela de Transformación Digital, que apoyan la implementación de políticas de transformación digital. De esta manera, ILAC no solo define una hoja de ruta, sino que también impulsa su implementación con impacto, dando respuesta a las necesidades de los países de la región. Por otra parte, en el contexto global, estamos avanzando hacia una mayor coordinación en la gobernanza de las tecnologías emergentes. El Pacto Digital Global, impulsado por Naciones Unidas, representa un paso importante en esa dirección. En particular, la gobernanza de la inteligencia artificial se ha convertido en una prioridad estratégica. Al respecto, quisiera destacar 3 hitos relevantes para los próximos meses. Primero, el diálogo global sobre gobernanza de la inteligencia artificial que tendrá lugar en julio del 2026 en Ginebra, el cual será un espacio clave para definir principios, mecanismos y marcos de cooperación internacional. Segundo, el diálogo preparatorio que la CEPAL está organizando junto con el gobierno de Costa Rica los días 26 y 27 de mayo, que permitirá recoger las perspectivas y prioridades de América Latina y el Caribe para contribuir de manera sustantiva a este proceso global. Y tercero, la 10ª conferencia ministerial sobre transformación digital que llevaremos a cabo en Fortaleza, Brasil, en noviembre del 2026. Estos espacios son fundamentales para asegurar que la región no solo participe, sino que incida activamente en la construcción de la gobernanza global de la inteligencia artificial. Estimadas y estimados, nos encontramos en una encrucijada. La transformación digital puede ser una palanca para superar las trampas del desarrollo o puede profundizar las brechas existentes. La diferencia estará en las decisiones que tomemos hoy. Espacios como la South School of Internet Governance son esenciales para formar capacidades, fortalecer el diálogo y construir visiones compartidas sobre el futuro digital de nuestra región. Desde la CEPAL reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de acompañar a los países de América Latina y el Caribe en este proceso, promoviendo una transformación digital que contribuya a tener sociedades más productivas, inclusivas y sostenibles. Muchas gracias y les deseo unas excelentes y muy productivas jornadas de trabajo.
Very interesting. I recommend to you that you sign in or in the bulletins of ECLAC that has very relevant documents in relation to the importance of technology. Before the coffee break, please look at me. Don't look your screens. There is a stand that has beautiful stamps. I don't know if they are for sale, but the authorities say that they are on sale. They are beautiful stamps. So go for your coffee and promise me that you will check out the stamp stand. So we are going to catch up with time. We're a little bit delayed right now, but that is normal, and we'll be back here soon. Thank you. Pues mira qué bien que han estado hablando a buen ritmo, porque los de la conferencia que estuvieron la semana pasada, o antepasada, la de los peces, camarones, hablaban rapidísimo. Sí. Nosotros estábamos corriendo, sufriendo en algunas, pero ellos han hablado a muy buen ritmo. Me ha gustado mucho. No, el tema como que va siendo algo repetitivo a veces, pero sí ha estado doable.
Sí.
No estoy estresada.
Ah, sí, hubo un pedazo en el que sí me costó.
Ah, te costó un pedazo, es que no, tal vez no estaba yo. Es que siempre hay unos que corren como locos. A mí me han tocado, por suerte, la mayoría, comparado con lo que hemos tenido últimamente, bastante así. Sí. Entonces, Cepal es ECLAC. ¿Tú ya sabías? Yo no sé. Sí, ECLAC. Se me había olvidado esa. O tal vez nunca la supe, pero sí. Pero mira qué bueno que los videos con subtítulos, ¿verdad? Pues sí. No estaban tan difíciles tampoco porque yo empecé con uno, pero sí, ya con subtítulos no hay problema. Tengo como un poco de hambre, pero no sé si me está gustando mucho la reflexión. No. Creo que hay fruta, pero démosle un tiempín a los... ¿Y dónde te quedas?
Hotel Posada La Luna.
Ah, La Luna.
Por el monumento a la Landívar, ¿no? En la Santa Lucía.
Ya. Creo que ya he visto eso. Está sobre la calzada.
No, atrasito.
Atrasito,
ahí en el Espíritu Santo, o sea.
Ya. Sí. Ajá. Acá el Espíritu Santo. No sabía que había una posada ahí. Sí. Porque porque hay uno ahí donde siempre se quedan. Bueno para recomendar.
Un hotel decente.
Decente bueno, y de buen precio.
Sí, o sea, bueno para esos eventos. Entonces ya hablamos con ellos, como venimos seguido a la antigua, ¿verdad? Que nos daban tarifa corporativa.
Qué bueno. ¿Y si les han dado
precio especial? Ya los conocen, mamá. O sea, ya saben qué habitación le gusta a mi mamá.
Qué bueno, porque sí, eso es muy importante.
Audio. Hola, hola, hola. Hola. Mi dura tarea de traer a la gente del café.
I have
18 años que tengo esta tarea, traer a la gente del café y del almuerzo.
I have the task of getting people back in the room from the coffee break. It's been a task I've been assigned for 18 years. Okay, please, let's all get back to the room to go on with the agenda. The coffee break is so delicious and the place is so pretty that nobody wants to come in. Now we have a panel. Montserrat Vidal will be our moderator, our facilitator. She's the coordinator of information and communications for UNESCO and also the project of digital transformation. She will be with three panelists, Minister and the Vice Minister of Communications, Infrastructure and Housing, Alejandra Trocero from UNICEF Guatemala, and Silvia Mendoza from the UNDP Digital Transformation. And the Vice Minister's name is Jose Raul Solares Chiu, who will be part of the panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. For me, it's an honor to facilitate the first experts panel in this 18th edition of the South School on Internet Governance. And welcome my panelist of today. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Silvia Mendoza, representative of the UNDP, and Jose Raul Solares Chiu, Vice Minister of Communications. But firstly, I'm going to request a representative of UNICEF. Unfortunately, because of agenda conflicts, that is why we are a little apart. We're going to get closer, but Señora Alejandra Trocero, she sent us a video. So I will appreciate if you can play the video. Authorities, Vice Minister of Communications, Infrastructure and Housing, and the Superintendency of Telecommunications, I thank you for your presence, your commitment for the strengthening of the digital ecosystem and the digital transformation of Guatemala. I also want to greet UNESCO and the UNDP, with whom we are launching or pushing forward the joint program for digital transformation to make this at a large scale in Guatemala. It is a pleasure to share with those who believe in the potential of the internet, not only as a technological tool, but as an essential infrastructure for the participation, development, the guarantee of rights. I want to first acknowledge initiatives like the SSIG in such a diverse and unequal region like the Latin American and Caribbean region. We need more spaces for new generations so they can understand, debate, and build a digital future from the standpoint of their own realities, from the vision of UNICEF to talk about the strengthening of technology from the state is not only for rights, it's also security and how we can ensure that boys, girls, and adolescents can live, learn, participate, and develop fully in a society that is digitalized every day more. Many things happen online in education, access to information, public services, citizenship participation, and the response to the disasters. Nevertheless, millions of people still face profound inequality and digital literacy and access to useful and safe digital services. That's why when we talk about the digital transformation of the state, we have to ask ourselves, digital transformation for whom? Who stays behind? How can we guarantee the rights and ensures guarantees access instead of deepening the exclusion gaps? In UNICEF, a strong digital state must be built on 5 fundamental pillars: inclusion, protection, participation, public innovation, and sustainability. The connectivity cannot be seen as a privilege. It has to be accessible to everybody, together with digital capabilities. And this is for the citizens and public institutions. A state that is strong in the digital sense, it will be able to benefit from emergent technologies and innovation, can design services centered on people and respond in a transparent and agile way to the needs of the population. The needs are growing in complex digital environments, and this has benefits and risks that are not the abuse of data, digital violence, disinformation, and exploitation. The internet governance and digital transformation have to incorporate the protection of the children in a comprehensive way, policies and ecosystems that prioritize those safety hazards and guarantee the welfare of the children, not as an afterthought, but from the start. Otherwise, we cannot build digital policies from the technical spaces to the government spaces. Digital governance requires multi-sectoral dialogue and multi-generational. And here I want to emphasize that girls, boys, and adolescents should not be seen only as users of internet, but like stakeholders, actors in their governance. We see that digital tools can be used for early alerts, for education, for healthcare, to facilitate mechanisms of community participation, and support humanitarian responses in context of climatic emergencies. For this to work, the states must have skills and institutional capabilities, interoperability of system, governance of data, and sustainable alliances between the academia, the civil society, the private sector, and the communities. The digital transformation does not occur in a silos. It is built collectively, and for this transformation to be sustainable, it requires transparency, regulatory frameworks, accountability, and a vision centered on human rights. From UNICEF, we firmly believe that the digital strengthening of the state must have a human face. It must close the digital divide and the gaps, and must address those that have fell in between the cracks. And precisely under this principles of inclusion, participation, innovation, and institutional strengthening is that from UNICEF we are working linked to other entities of the state to move forward a digital transformation center on persons. We have to strengthen the registry of households, for example, the strengthening of municipalities in digital skills, and climatic systems and virtual context, so that the technology can become a true tool to close gaps and guarantee rights, human rights. We have mapped 30,000 schools making bringing adolescents closer to internet, and this can only happen together with civil society, with youth groups, with the state, so that the digital transformation can become a reality for the children of the country. It's not what type of internet we want, but what type of society we want to build with the internet, and that effort needs more voices, the participation of the young persons, and solutions based on our own experience. The decisions that we take today on technology and the digital governments will define greatly the future of our region, and that future needs ethical, critical, and inclusive leaderships, and that are profoundly humane. I wish that you have a wonderful meeting and that you have a very productive week ahead. Now we'll get a little closer here up front so that we can have this conversation. Firstly, we want to thank Mrs. Trocero for her message, very important points that she brought to the table. And I think that we agree, all of us agree here, that the technologies are present here. We do not see that like something that will come with the future, but the future is here with us now, and we cannot see it in a technical or technological perspective where we only talk about the tools as tools, but we have to always bear in mind that at the center we must place the persons in the center. So we're going to talk about this because you have been listening about the project of the digital strengthening of the state that we are working with UNDP and UNICEF. And this has been a very timely moment in Guatemala to start with this process. So I'm going to introduce my good friends and panelists. We're going to start with Licenciada Silvia Mendoza. She's representing the UNDP, and she's analyst in digital transformation in the project of digital transformation. She has 15 years experience in management of knowledge and institutional strengthening, more than 8 years working in international organization, moving forward initiatives of digital transformation. She has led and accompanied digital solutions oriented to improve the public management and based on evidence, including the development of open data dashboard, digital platforms, diagnosis of interoperability, analysis of the AI environment, and tools of citizen participation. She focuses on innovation, data analysis, and the design of technological design from the conceptualization and the analysis of gaps to the development and adoption of institutional capabilities to ensure sustainability and impact. Thank you, Sylvia, for accepting the invitation to this panel. And Engineer Raúl Solares Chu, Vice Minister of Communications in Guatemala, with more than 38 experiences in telecommunications, public policies, and he has been participating in the law of digital transformation, and his career includes public and private work. He has been the telecommunications superintendent, director of regulations on Bell South Guatemala, and he's been in several executive positions in the telephone companies and legal frameworks. I'm going to stop there because he has a long experience. So thank you, Raúl, for joining us today. And we're going to start. Is it okay if we start with Sylvia? I'm going to ask you a question. What is the experience of UNDP from the United Nations Development Program, accompanying governance and institutional strengthening in different countries? What do you think are the key factors for a digital transformation strategy? Is not circumscribed to incorporate technologies, but that it contributes effectively to transparency, the efficiency of the state, and the trust of the citizens on public institutions. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation for this panel and to share these experiences that we have been working in the UNDP. UNDP has supported the government and institutions in democratic strengthening, but now we're facing a new challenge, a digital environment, and we are partners to achieve the 2030 objectives. UNDP works in more than 130 countries, and we have experience in implementing digital solutions, and we contribute to participative processes, methodologies, new legal frameworks, and AI, cybersecurity, interoperability, and cooperation processes, including everybody, sectoral, academia, private sector, NGOs, government, and it also supports specific evaluations. Currently, we have two important evaluations ongoing. One is the evaluation of digital preparedness that we are working in Guatemala and other countries, and the AI landscape evaluation, which we have worked, we have done this in Guatemala, and we have this has shed light on where we have still gaps to fulfill. From the UNDP, it is important to be very careful in which are this risk of implementing digital transformation so we do not create more inequality. And the success factors that we have seen is, one, to have strategic and efficient frameworks that guides the government or institution as a roadmap, and so all the initiatives are framed in this framework. But the first step is always to know thoroughly the institution, and for that we need diagnosis. Sometimes we say, oh, why do we always have to make diagnosis? But it's the baseline to understand what is going on, how our institutions working, and that is one of the first steps. And then design based on evidence, design these regulatory frameworks focused aimed to protect the data of the citizens, of the persons. The second point is the re-engineering and design centered on people, on persons. Sometimes we want to do digital transformation with the same process, doing the same thing. But the important is to evaluate how our current process and to go ahead for re-engineering, and because we have to go beyond digitalizing what we have on paper, but we have to think about how we're going to benefit the citizen and how people access this service, what are the steps that people take to access digital services, and how to go ahead with digitalization. That switch is that we must re-engineer our institutions. And thirdly, our tools for active transparency. Transformation is not only inside the institution, but outwards to the citizens. And that means transparency portals publish our data of what we're doing. When we digitalize a service, a citizen can have traceability of how his service is going, what is in what point his process is moving on, and that is the way that institutions can evaluate their digital transformation. It's a live tool where there is participation of the citizens, and that makes that processes more efficient and transparent. And of course, human capital, that is a cross-cutting factor. All the strategies, when you transform the culture of our institution, we want to change processes, want to implement new technologies and train them, educate them, so that people understand that this is a beneficial, that they're going to save time in other tasks. So we have to dedicate this time for this capacity building inside the institution. I want to highlight a case that we are which is the digital transformation plan from the joint fund, and we launched this last year in November. And this is a plan that is a compass for Guatemala as to where we're going in digital transformation. It has 3 axes. It's similar to the one in Paraguay, so we're on the same line. Digital society is one, and here we have policies to transform the educational system, a digital economy, which is another axis, and digital government is a third axis. And here we have a unique portal, the open data policy, the strategy for AI, but also it has 4 enabling axes. Cybersecurity is one. There's not a law of cybersecurity in Guatemala, unfortunately, but this is part of the plan. Critical infrastructure is the other axis. A public digital infrastructure, and we still need more work here. Here is digital identity, payments, digital payments, and in this enabling axis is interconnectivity, and the other axis is capacity building, and the last one is governance and regulatory frameworks. When a strategy comprises all these axes, it is designed so that we do not leave anyone behind, and it has all the elements to be able to accomplish the digital transformation. Thank you, Silvita. After we heard UNICEF and UNDP, well, yes, we are implementing this joint project because we have several topics in common, and the intention is not to work separately, but from the United Nations system, work jointly to move forward this digital transformation topics of the state. And as we know, we have encountered, or we have found the precise moment, because the president of the government of President Arevalo has included in their strategy the digital transformation topic. And that is where we go to, Ingenieros Solares. On digital transformation, we know that it does not imply to incorporate technology only, but to transform the way that public institutions serve the citizenship. From the perspective of the state of Guatemala, what are the main challenges and priorities to guarantee that digitalization of public services are inclusive, safe, and accessible to all the population, particularly for the more vulnerable communities and those that are located in the rural areas? Well, firstly, I want to say thank you to all, to thank you for the invitation of this panel. I am blessed among women, only women here, so it is a great pleasure, and I will try to talk about our vision and digital transformation of the country. And as you very well said, Monse, digital transformation is not only technology, it's not only to digitalize processes, it's to really look for ways and how to transform the state to serve the citizens in a more efficient and transparent way. And to do this, we have to start at the beginning. Luis said it in his presentation, but the milestone is connectivity. So we have to start with that digital connectivity that is so important. Guatemala has great challenges in terms of closing the digital divide, as we heard this morning, and because of this, to reach that rurality that you mentioned is very important, to be able to really, truly reach that unsatisfied, unmet needs with connectivity, so that this population can have access to connectivity, not only internet, but also that they can have the necessary contents and can have a good use and benefit from the internet. But the first thing is to get them connected. So in our connectivity national plan, the legislative decree is to reach the schools, health centers, and police stations. And we will have to analyze how the telecommunications superintendency, as the responsible authority to plan, design, administrate, and execute and monitor the national connectivity plan, well, so that we can reach these communities, because otherwise the private sector is not attracted to move to this community. And we also have to contemplate the subsidy of the state. So, we have to go through connectivity. First, we have to achieve connectivity, redesign our processes to be able to provide a good service, how to simplify all the red tape. There is a intention to simplify the processes, and even though we have digitalized many of our public processes, we still have challenges to have interoperability between the system, because they have to talk to each other. And that is part of the challenges that are ongoing. And all this, we are seeing this in the table of digital transformation, and the president has mandated that there is a table of digital transformation, which will be the only place in the executive where we deal with this. And I'm sure that is same thing is happening in your countries, because everybody wants to participate with very good intentions. But the important thing here is to have a unique vision, a country vision. And in the Congress of the Republic, I don't know if we have any congressmen here, but there is also a forum of digital transformation in the Congress. But at the end of the day, we should have a single national project of digital transformation. So that is a challenge we still have in Guatemala, that will allow us to have that unique vision and to ensure connectivity, that this is a significant and safe connectivity, as you said. In cybersecurity, there are 6 initiatives that have been analyzed by the Congress for cybersecurity, and we hope that finally they approve the last proposal so that we can advance. And it's not only cybersecurity, and it's not only cybercrime. There has to be critical infrastructure. We have to protect children and adolescents, and that is included in that last initiative that we have presented to the Congress, and we hope it is approved so that we can have a law of cybersecurity that will allow us to be part of the Budapest Covenant, so that we then can have international support once if we would suffer a cyber attack. What else? Capacity building. Not only the public workers have to use internet for procedures, but we also have to be on top of digital literacy so that the users can use the digital services, which is another challenge that we have ahead.
And that's all I would say for now, just saying that just on ourselves, we're not going to transform society. People are transform societies. Thank you very much. Very well, as you can see, we have already started this path of finding the transformation of the state of Guatemala. But we have challenges that are big, like perhaps some of your countries as well have. This is the goal of sharing today, so that we go and from this school, so that we share the challenges of some and other countries, and so that we can learn about and find ideas and solutions to move forward. Unfortunately, and sometimes, and I'm sure that this happens in every state. Sometimes laws, approval, passing of the legal frameworks, perhaps all of this is a bit slower than technology is moving forward. But yesterday they passed everything we need, but this is a path we need to walk on, and we hope that Guatemala we can move forward. And we're seeing the elephant steps, giant steps that are coming, but we know we need to still overcome some challenges. Bika, okay, in the framework of the joint program that we're cooperating with, you are a leading agency. What opportunities do you identify for the so that the digitalization of public services contribute to speed up the ODGs, SDGs, and the gaps of inequality that still persist in Guatemala? Thank you. As you say, there are many initiatives we're carrying out, and from the joint program, we see digital transformation not as a goal but as an accelerator to achieve the 2030 agenda. And as a joint program, I want to tell you that in the project, we want to support this prioritized initiatives of the process of the digitalized system to get some results. And in light of this, with help with the one-stop shop portal, we have a procedure simplification process, and the government has moved forward in updating these to become simplified, but they're not necessarily simplified, and there are interoperability systems. And I want to tell you an experience from the joint program. We are bringing a course called Public Management in Digital Era with government agencies, and the goal is to teach them cybersecurity modes. But the new thing is that they do a process of creating a solution. And there are two agencies, I don't want to call the name, that share one same service. And the challenge is that they're going to digitize the same service, and they're still digitizing it without communicating between themselves and talking about interoperability. And this service is a wrap, for example, there's a teacher that is 30 years old, teaching, wants to retire, and needs to travel 7 or 8 hours to Guatemala City to start the process, go to a one-stop shop, then come back a month later, needs to come back when this is information that the state already has. So we're talking about why don't we produce interoperability solutions, simplify this procedure. We see what is the user experience, what are their pain points about what related to this, why we have procedure managers, and we need to see what a person that does procedures does, and that the government needs to address and look at the experience to incorporate it in delivery of the service, what this person needs to access them. And this is part of this course where we created people-centric courses and thinking about the citizen, and it has been very enriching to know how we are restating solutions, and we stop digitizing and we start simplifying and looking at these other solutions like interoperability. In these topics, I want to let you know that the joint program is supporting two interoperability pilots, one focused on social protection to strengthen the national information system of social services so that delivering the services becomes more efficient. There are many systems like the household registration services, the hand-to-hand delivery systems, and how these can work with different systems so that the help reaches the people that need it the most and the most vulnerable people. This is one of the pilots we are working on. The other one is regarding climate change with the Ministry of Environment, Energy and Natural Resources regarding environmental geospatial information. So we're also working on this pilot so that we can exchange information from CONRED, the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and we are in implementation phases. We started, as we said, in diagnosis and an interoperability strategy, and we're starting to implement these strategies. So now we also have a component that is very strong in capability strengthening. There's also a MOOC for artificial intelligence that UNESCO with Oxford are working on and promoting at the departmental level, and they travel to Petén so that many officers can take this. As I was saying, we are looking at this public management course in digital era, and it's going to be 4 courses for all institutions, and they're going to present this micro project so that they can be implemented in their institutions. And we have over 250 public officials that have been trained. But as I was saying, we don't just need to strengthen capabilities in the government, but also the citizens. It's very important for the citizens to be able to access these tools. And here we've also worked, UNESCO has worked in the Vive tours where they bring digital activities and cybersecurity to over 2,500 young people. We've also worked on a program called My First Digital Steps. It was in Quetzaltenango. It was very nice. We went to the communities to work with people of indigenous communities that have startups to teach them how to use AI strategy for them to sell their chocolates, how they can do a treat and add a change, for example, more flavors, etc., and how to guide them to use these new tools. There were a lot of people interested in selling their products in TikTok and having more online selling platforms, and we help them use all these digital tools to promote their startups. And also we have other experiences with UNESCO digitally to protect the rights of the youth in the digital environments. And just like this, we have other initiatives we're working on in the joint program. As we say, we've taken steps, perhaps not the way we expect, but steps that give us ideas and direct work on how we can work with the population. Because I want to let you know that from my first digital step, we did a citizen challenge where we had young people presenting solutions, and they were very interesting. Some made bots of municipality websites that responded to questions, even translated to Mayan languages, and these are the basis to create more relevant actions on how we're looking at how all of this is functioning. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions of any actions we're working on, please let us know. Thank you very much, Silvita. The truth is that the Digital Transformation Project has been a project that has given us a lot of satisfaction. I don't know if you'll believe this, but actually when we need to go to different departments of the country, Guatemala, as you know, is a country that has 22 languages, indigenous languages, plus Garifuna and Ishil, Shinka, and Garifuna. And that is the amount of indigenous people we have in Guatemala. And when you are in the city, you think that you will come, and in Guatemala I've registered, so the superintendent might say this, but there's a large number of cell phones. But this does not mean that people know how to use or make the best use of technology. And that's why we are going to the different departments. There are people that don't even know what are social networks. We went to a group of young girls, and we were shocked because when we asked them, listen, do you know what is, I'm not gonna say Facebook, because you're gonna say, well, not everyone knows what Facebook is. The newer generations don't know what that is. But for example, Instagram, they don't know, or WhatsApp. So we go with the goal of teaching the indigenous women how to use and take advantage of social media, and it's great satisfaction when we leave these workshops and the girls already have a mindset that is completely different. So among other things we are doing together and we are achieving, Mr. Cero was talking about the subject of intergenerational aspects. So we've had to, with the MOOC we are doing with INAP, we have to go and work with people that are not digital natives, they're digital migrants. And people are very scared. And when I go and talk about AI, it seems like a ghost that is scaring us and stalking us all the time. And the truth is that when people go out with the tools about how to go into the platform, sign into the platform, their lives are transformed. So thank you very much, Silvita, because the joint program has really been very satisfying, and we still have a lot of things to do. With Mr. Solares, we know that you have broad experience participating in initiatives and international forums like this one about digital transformation and digital subjects. So, from your perspective, can you give us a couple of examples, successful examples internationally, that can serve as reference for the region in building a more efficient digital state that will let the citizenship access more agile services that allow for more transparency and are people centric? With pleasure. Before answering, perhaps something I forgot from the previous question and is highly important, you just talked about this, was the modernization of our legal and regulatory framework. In Guatemala, we have a general telecommunications law, 29 years from the analog era. We are in the fully involved in the digital era, but there have been reforms where they're updating. We have had reforms that are not haven't necessarily been too modernized. So it's necessary to have a modernization of our regulatory framework. So regarding experiences, fortunately, yes. And you know that, well, a story. As a result of participation I had with the South School and Internet Governance in Costa Rica in 2015, where, well, they opened my eyes. I knew about telecom just like in the years of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s. And as Olga was saying, I came out even being more concerned. And I said, I don't know what they're talking about. And they started to talk about things that I had no idea about. And I thought I knew about that. But also, we said, Olga suggested this. Please, those of you that are interested in moving forward and learning more about this, sign up to ICANN. By the way, next week we have the ICANN Public Forum, and we'll have the opportunity of participating. We'll see you there, and it's impressive. What is ICANN? It's it's the agency that oversees internet governance globally. We have the multi-stakeholders, the multiple interested parties, civil society, academia, technicians, we have government, we have everyone converges, and we are looking for this internet governance. So this is where we have this part of the experience. I had the opportunity of participating. I was in a fellowship, and in 2019, when I had the opportunity to be in another event of the South School in Mexico, I had 3 fellowships that I have participated in and had opened my eyes. So without a doubt, experience, we do have experiences. We have a lot of that are different topics. We talk about Estonia. In Latin America, we also have a lot of successful experiences. Uruguay, that started with the Ceibal Plan, and it's an example and a reference in the region. But I would say that there isn't a unique recipe. We don't have a recipe, a culinary recipe. We need to adapt to our needs, our customs. As you're saying, we are a plurilingual and multicultural country, and it's not easy to adopt a MOOC and put it here. And if we add to this our topography that is so erratic, it's not easy to get to many places. So I don't think we have a recipe that we will adapt here. We need to take several models as reference, and I think that the best thing is to listen to these multiple part models. These are so important. We need to see what academia thinks about, what the civil society is talking about. We need to see what the technical community has in mind, and government as well, see what they can contribute and adapt from all of this. And I hope that the legislative can also legislate this way, because this is what this will translate to. What the law frames. And there I would say, like, there isn't a unique recipe. We need to take these experiences from other countries and learn from these very good international practices and create our own unique model as a country. I know we're far behind. And that's all I'm gonna say, but if you want us to expand as much as possible, I'll be here participating in an activity or not. But for now, that's all I have. A big round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much for the time being here. You took to be here. I know that you all have many activities, and I want to thank you all for having been here with us and heard us in this panel that I hope is useful for you today. And that's all I have for we give you the floor. Thank you. Another round of applause for the panel. And thank you, Raul, for the reference. The same thing happened at some point, so I always say if you have more questions or ideas, welcome, because that's what we're for here. So now we have Dr. Canela virtually. Yes? No? Signs of life? I'm not able to see. I'm a bit blinded because these lights are strong. Now I want to introduce Guilherme Canela. He's the director of the division of digital inclusion policies and digital transformation of the transformation sector of UNESCO. Not only his CV, but all the other panelists' CVs that will participate is in the website. So to honor the time it is, because he is in Europe and it's very late, and we're lucky to have him online. So we welcome Guilherme. Thank you for being here and being patient. We're a bit far behind in the schedule, but it's very interesting to have you here. So thank you for being here. Thank you, and I think that for you it's still good morning or the beginning of the afternoon. For me, as you said, we are concluding the day. So good afternoon from Paris. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I was able to listen to the previous panel, and I think that what is being discussed there are important topics for the debate of public policies or digital transformation in general. And now, with all the challenges that come with the world of artificial intelligence, we were talking about that it's not possible to have a unique model. I think that's true. But in the end, we need to talk about good practices that occur there and need to be shared, sharing knowledge, connection with the multilateral agenda and a multi-stakeholder agenda with the sustainable development goals. So my presentation will also be related to this. You might imagine that if it's complex to look at the very plural and diverse context in Guatemala and apply this type of public policies, the role we have from here, an organization like UNESCO, is to provide technical assistance. We have 194 member states. With their exponential diversity, becomes something very challenging, interesting, but that puts a special look on how to bring these types of things. So we will move very quickly to do a bird's eye view about what we are doing from the global perspective of UNESCO in these topics. And I hope that I can give you this view in the time allotted. This is a bit of the content that I'm going to be working on, how we've been working in terms of digital transformation, internet governance regarding indicators, data governance, AI in the public sector, and artificial intelligence in the private sector. So very quickly, the subject of digital transformation, how UNESCO acts, it's through these areas, awareness raising of the sectors, creation of international standards, the recommendation of policies, capability development, and international cooperation. And I will very quickly discuss or talk to you about how we've been acting in these different areas, see how this is connected with the sustainable development goals. So on the one hand, challenges are known beyond the broad connection that we are moving on in the latest 20 years. There's still deep inequalities, and there's a digital gap that is not just a gap of connectivity, it's a gap of significant connectivity. We spoke about multilingualism topics, for example, in the previous panel, of literacies, of having the capability or skills of interacting with all of that, and from that's what we've been doing with the subject of the different gaps that make this uh, a significance. This concept of connectivity as something significant, and there we have human rights, privacy, others from the civil and political access, and lack of transparency and accountability, especially in platforms, how we move forward with a regulatory environment, and a quick tech solution. And of course, all of this has a point, cross-cutting point, which is the subject of capability development. So listen to now UNESCO from the beginning of information in 23, the 10-year review in 2023, and the 20-year review. We've been really emphasizing a concept that I'm sure that many of you know, which is this idea that governance of the digital ecosystem in general and in internet needs to be governance that is based in four big pillars that need to be based in human rights, need to be based in a concept of openness. Openness not only of transparency but data, knowledge, opportunities needs to be based in a broad concept of accessibility. It needs to be based, as was said before, in the multi-stakeholderism and the participation of interested multi-stakeholders. And there are subjects like childhood and gender, and there's an area we're interested, which is the African region, and all our policies and actions are guided by these four pillars and these cross-cutting elements. So you see that our work on capability development stem from that. So how we involve the different stakeholders in the construction of this capability development, then we have a need development, the need of intervention, implementation, and assessment, and we continue with sensitizing and this project that the colleagues of UNESCO, UNDP, UNICEF were talking about later. Implementation in Guatemala is anchored in this global perspective that we're working on. And there you can see that from the more specific point of view from the state, we are looking at the three big arms of branches of power: executive, legislative, and judiciary. And we're developing strategies for the exercise of public policy. With this, a couple of years ago, in the framework of the Broadband Commission framework, we've developed a framework of competencies for public officers in digital transformation. But now, thinking about the challenges, some with AI and recently with other technologies, as is the case of quantum computing, etc. And there, with a bit of the barriers we have found in this risk analysis, these are cultural and organizational barriers, obstacles, of course, related to data governance and infrastructure, and a number of elements related to the capabilities in terms of human resources for creating a broad policy for digital transformation. So, this is a bit about the analysis of the challenges and how UNESCO operates this from the huge policies. And now I'm going to look at some specific aspects about this. Of course, to measure how we know what is the problem, how we look at the context. And many years ago, UNESCO, something that started in Latin America, with a joint construction with LACNIC and CGIED, which is the creation of these indicators of universality of internet that are global policy of UNESCO measurement and system governance. And we have over 40 countries that applied the whole of these indicators, and some others are specific parts of this methodology. You can look at the countries that have already done this, the countries that did this partially or completely, and this is very interesting because it's the possibility of building public policies that are evidence based. A specific example, and I included this here because I know that there's a strong relationship with the School of Governance, also with ICANN, etc. And with ICANN, for example, we've been working for a while now. One of the specific indicators within the perspectives of accessibility is a possibility that without a doubt we have digital transformation policies with a multilingual internet. Well, and we're still far from accessing. We've really advanced, and I know because of what was discussed in the previous panel that this is particularly relevant for Guatemala. Recently, we launched a global roadmap on multilingualism in the digital world. Right now, we are in the midst of the global decade of the UN for indigenous languages, and UNESCO has a secretariat, and in the digital subjects is a strong subject. UNESCO has a global language data, and last week we launched here and with ICANN in EuroDeek this discussion of public policies about universal acceptance that has to do with the incorporation of new scripts, not just of Latin languages and other languages that are in the internet world, so that we can develop tech solutions that don't just focus on a limited number of languages. And you can see how we move forward. And I'm going to accelerate because I know you don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to leave this presentation for those that want to go into detail on some of these things that I'm presenting. Particularly, I leave this in a second up if you want to take a picture with the QR code. This is one of the most recent documents we've launched with ICANN, and it precisely has to do with the subject of universal acceptance in the framework of multilingual policies and in the digital systems. And going back to a third subject that is very important is the subject of data governance that was already important before the advancement of artificial intelligence, but now it's something that is centered in digital transformation. And here you can see that we've developed a framework of the International Broadband Commission. We've developed a tool on digital governance that is very practical so that precisely we can support the member states of UNESCO to design very specific digital transformation plans. And it's the current design. In this box you will find these elements, resources, and how we develop these capabilities, how to do a full coverage of principles, processes, peoples, and practices, how to work on the step-by-step implementation of these policies, and how to design questions that have a meaning for the multiple interested parties on data governance. There is a huge interest in this You can see there that in different parts of the world, we've worked in the last month on this toolbox that shows that it's another topic that is significant in this discussion. This is at the end of the presentation. You'll be able to see where this is coming from, what are the concerns of the different populations. So based on this subject that is highly important, and as associated to this, there's a very interesting pillar, which is the impact of digital transformation, environmental impact, particularly with the creation of data centers. So with the University College of London, we developed a study with specific measurements of what is happening in terms of the environmental challenges and the installation of data centers. As you know, there's a huge consumption of water because of this type of technology, and from there we've developed recommendations alerting that always the solution are the great language models, that many times the best solution is lesser models, smaller models, and from there we have an interesting subject, important subject in construction of policies of digital transformation that really have all the angles of the discussion. We're also thinking about environmental impacts and think about alternative models.
In this document, you're going to find these various elements, how to create AI models that are smaller, simpler, how can we interact with bigger models, saving energy, and how to update the logic and the needs of each area, for example, of the state, the public sector. And here you can see a series of activities that UNESCO has been developing with other agencies like the ITU on this topic, and also with the World Bank on this topic of the sustainability and the environmental impacts of AI. And there are some interesting next step as creating a lab, green AI labs or green energy and green technologies, and how we can use this general concept. So to conclude, in another important aspect, highlighting the capacity building is to offer this capacity building to actors. One is the judicial branch of the state, focused on a strategy of UNESCO started in 2013, which is training judges. Some were done in Guatemala many years ago, and now we are working more specifically in building a global model of a state of law. With digital transformation, more than 35,000 judges and attorneys have been trained in this initiative. And we have agreements with judicial systems, and also the program AI and the state of law. And so we are offering this to judges and prosecutors, and what you see here is being adopted by several Supreme Courts around the world, in Latin America and in other parts of the world, in Brazil, for example. And more recently, we have launched with the University of Oxford a course that is open right now. I invite you all that is interested in the judicial system. This is for judicial actors and stakeholders on digital transformation. And you can see that we have created toolkits that go into the specificities of each sector, in this case, the judiciary training. And we have done this in several continents. And this is the MOOC, which is a first version of 2021, and it has been updated with the recent AI developments. And so we have launched a new version in 2026, which is the one that I'm showing in the screen. And I invite you all to take a look at this. And if you're interested, you can join this free of cost course offered by the UNESCO and the Oxford University. And there is a broad resources like the Global Toolkit on AI and the rule of law. And there's an exercise of discussion on the high authorities of judicial system. We are in the G20 courts, for example, and how to incorporate AI based on human rights in the context of the systems of justice, judicial systems. And there's a series of new projects that we are moving forward in along the same line of democracy and the rule of law. And something that was discussed in the former panel is this exchange of good practices. We have developed a series of tools that we call it like a radar of AI tools, specifically for the public sector and judiciary system, and also for the media, for journalists. And there's a series of tools available, and that could be useful in the discussions that you will have in the next few days, and then the implementation of public policies. Like I said before, we work a lot with and understand the environment. What we do with the judicial system is based on research that we did with judges and prosecutors in 26 countries. And yes, they use the digital resources, but not with a lot of capacity. So we did a training based on the framework of the judicial system, very relevant to them. And you can see this graph and the guidelines that I already mentioned that we is based on this set of connections, listening to the judges, to the prosecutors. So based on this research, we received feedback based on this interaction with the UNESCO and these training sessions and with expert consultations of judicial system, we came up with these guidelines that are now being adopted by courts around the world. And in this tool, we have these general principles that are guiding principles, and it's important for the judicial systems to adopt them. We won't have time to go into detail, but I just wanted to mention them. And finally, I want to talk very briefly on the last set of tools that is more specific for the public servers, which is different from the judges and the prosecutors. And for these public employees, we have created a course on AI in digital transformation. It's also based on research and needs assessment, in listening to conversations with the public servers. And as I said, we created this under the umbrella of the Commission. And based on this framework competencies, we developed a set of pillars for the most broad and coherent strategy for the public sector, which has to do with online training, alliances with schools of government, and public administration. I think Montserrat already mentioned this, and there is some specific set of tools in the framework of this alliance. And this is this Spark Alliance, and this organizations already have the expertise to educate or train public sector and what are the challenges in AI in this context. And this is done in cooperation also with the University of Oxford. In this course that has these modules that I'm showing in the screen, the foundations, the data, human rights, governance, the design of inclusive services and leadership in digital transformation of the government. More than 40,000 public servants have taken this course, and the feedback has been very positive. That is something very useful for the daily work in the public realm. and this slide, there's 30,000 public workers that have been receiving this course. I think Guatemala already has many persons doing this digital transformation, but they can join. It's free of cost, and it is under the umbrella of this Alliance of Schools of Government. And the tool, this radar of good practice AI tools, also is together. It has a specific session for other public workers that are not in the judicial system, and the feedback has been that it is a very useful platform to exchange experiences, good practice. There are some examples, but I don't have time. I know that you have that you're short on time, so I went really fast in these last slides. But I want to, if you want me to highlight some particular aspect, please, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you. And certainly your presentation will be required. So if you can send us your QR code of these courses, we could have a whole event based on the information that you shared. So I'm going to ask Montserrat if you can send her your presentation so that we can share it. And we thank you, and we let you go. We know that it's late in Paris, but thank you for having been with us, and we hope to see you again in person or virtually. It was my pleasure. One last panel, and don't think we are over. So it is a big challenge to have this panel before lunch. I'm going to invite Deborah and Francisco Velázquez and Deborah Mesa and for this last panel. As I said before, we are challenged because it's pre-lunch, but you had a good, a very nutritious coffee break. So it is not so terrible if we take a little bit longer before lunch. I have the pleasure to have Deborah Mesa, who's an expert in digital transformation and cybersecurity at the University of San Carlos de Guatemala, and Francisco Velázquez from Social Hub Smart City, both from Guatemala. When I read their CVs, I thought it was very interesting to ask them about innovation in Guatemala. So I prepared some questions that I want to ask you. We don't have a lot of time, so we'll try to make this very dynamic. And as I said before, both Francisco and Deborah and the rest of the speakers, we have all the CVs published in Spanish and Portuguese in our website to make these panels more dynamic. Deborah has a very interesting trajectory in university teaching, cybersecurity, and she has also been Vice Minister of Technology. And this rich experience between the academia and the government, which innovative projects developed from the University of San Carlos have had an impact in Guatemala. And welcome and thank you for being here with us. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here hosting this event in this colonial jewel of Antigua. And from the academia, there is an experience that I like to share, which is in a community of Santiago Atitlan. You've seen some photos of the most beautiful lake in the world, and this community is in Santiago Atitlan on the lake. And from the Universidad San Carlos, we led a project to empower artisan women to create a chatbot and AI with the software of entrepreneurship, so they can do their invoices and their managerial aspects of their operation. And we have many of these groups in the community of Santiago Titlan, comprised by women. Some are victims of violence or survivors of the violence. The economic activity empower them and provides them tools to overcome challenges. And the great challenge was the digital gap, because none of the traditional providers had internet coverage. Fortunately, with Starlink and with satellite internet, we were able to give solution to this. And now they have a portal of e-commerce to sell in Guatemala and abroad their beautiful handicrafts. And as a woman, I'm very connected with this Sutu Hill community, and that's another gap, because we have so many languages that half of the participants that I worked with were from the Sutu Hill ethnia, so I needed an interpreter to work with them. And this challenge that we have as a country, but nevertheless be able to have a breakthrough for these communities, empower them economically. That is one of the projects that I want to highlight as a successful project that derives an impact. Yes, this pre-Columbian languages is a challenge. I love the example of Paraguay, which is bilingual, and our Paraguayan guests can correct me if I'm wrong, but in Central America, I was talking with a fellow from Chiapas, and he commented that there are many persons that do not speak Spanish. So I think that your comment is very relevant in how to help these persons to communicate and to access to tools. If you could send us the link of the handicrafts, because they're so beautiful and they can be sold globally. Now, Francisco Velasquez from the Social Hub, and so this is a super Wi-Fi public. It's I like also the concept of electric mobility, so including 120 kilowatts for electric vehicles in Guatemala. I don't think we have any in Argentina. If someone from Argentina can correct me if I'm wrong, how is this model implemented in the city, and what has been the response of the municipality? Sometimes it's difficult to install the fiber or antennas, so I don't know how these electrical chargers will function in our countries. So welcome. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. To tell you a little bit, the super Wi-Fi, what we do is that it magnifies the sign with a very fast and efficient internet. Usually we're used to normal routers that in our house or in the hotel give us an internet, but we need something more robust for public use that covers wider areas. The financing is a big challenge. It is easy to make it public-private because of that magnitude of this. Social Hub is trying to close the digital divide and to join the national plan that of connectivity. You saw on the map that we have so many points of service, and that is being implemented by the central government. They have the staff and the resources, but at the private level, it is a little bit more complicated. But at the capital, we have been able to raise it privately because we have seen that we can produce or generate in a hybrid fashion, because if we depend on the states for laws or for permits or legal aspects, we need to give this continuity. But our service, for example, the super Wi-Fi chargers for mobility, for transport, the equipment the same equipments that are being used for connectivity, they can provide several services. So it become interesting for private matters because we can give a value in money, and we can use energy, and this gets me to the answer of the municipalities. First, they were very reluctant because it was not mandatory. They could say, no, we're not interested right now, or politically we did not fit, so they could make those decisions. But they eventually realized that to use that topic of intelligent cities in their territories provides them with competitivity, and the municipality here are very competitive between each other. So we were discovered by trial and error that a municipality said, yes, we want to do it. The spread, the news spread, and others would say, I want this too. And they to adapt these topics of smart cities or intelligent spaces, maybe not so much smart cities as smart territories, and they became more efficient. They could compete with their neighbors. So the reception was more pleasant, and we have to cover many municipalities. We're taking baby steps with this topic, but it is the final user that helps. The social hub is the name of the project because the center is the social part, the user. When we provide as tools for a person, the necessary tools for their own benefit, because we know that there's this digital divide, and when people know that we're helping them, people accept it. And in this mobility topic, with these electric chargers, that providers were not going to sell cars if there were no way to charge them. So at the long run, this helped. But there's also the micromobility. I say that we live in a bubble because for us in the urban area, it's easy to talk about internet and to be connected. But at the end of the day, if we go to the rural areas, to those that are disconnected, we're not only forbidding them something that is trendy, but we are also denying them development. So currently, to be connected is development, is commerce, is information. It means better decision making. So the municipalities and the users have accepted very well our concept. They can see the productive part, that they can overcome obstacles that they faced in the past. So now we have a better reception than 8 years ago. Now it's being easier. Very interesting. I don't know, but in Argentina, the electrical cars are being advertised, and we do not have that much access to being able to charge them. So we'll see how this evolves in the future. Deborah, the cybersecurity. I was national director of cybersecurity in Argentina. I think that cybersecurity is like education. It's an investment, but some people see it as an expenditure. In your experience and from your state standpoint, when we have more digitalization of personal data, or in your university experience, how do you see this in the next generation of professionals? Because we know that there's a scarcity of professionals in cybersecurity. I think that in Guatemala we are looking into this. There are talent gaps, and there is need for capacity building. Is there enough supply of training? Cybersecurity for those that are Guatemalans, and for our international friends, if you have seen us, we have been the target of cyber attacks. Several institutions weeks ago suffered of cyber attacks, and in cybersecurity is not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen, and we have to be prepared. So this is a topic that is in the agenda, and the academia has a very relevant role. We can talk about the educational national system in terms of the primary level, because cybersecurity is not only for university environment, but from the moment in which the girl or a boy has a tablet at 3, 4 years old, they are already exposed to risk. They're interconnected. So the national public educational system has invested to promote a digital transformation together with cybersecurity, particularly in the academic superior higher education. Universities are trying to offer this in their careers. We have that cybersecurity is present in all the careers of informatic, both in as a BAs as in masters. So the foundations are there, but how we can move forward is on the table. But the challenge is huge, and the statistics, the global and international statistics say that we have a deficit of professionals in cybersecurity, and Guatemala is not the exception. So even though there are important advances and efforts, beginning in the primary school for children in school education and basic middle school education and the university context, we also face this challenge. We are taking initial steps. We are offering as a career option, but but we still need more professionals face these challenges, and it is a topic that that state is demanding, because we are suffering constant cyber attacks, and also many people leave the country. We have this, the salaries are not as high in the public sector as in the private sector, and we have this leak of professionals that are seeking for better salaries in the private sector or abroad. So Francisco, I have a question. Can you tell us a intelligent mobilizing system, and can you comment this concept of smart cities or smart territories? I happens to me that when I talk with the telecommunication staff, that they talk with the municipalities, it's hard to install antennas or infrastructure. What is the regulations to face and the in smart mobilization? I think we face the same problems with permits in Guatemala municipalities. I don't know if in all the countries it happens, but some have very different requirements. The intelligent furniture is something that is like a bench or in a bus station, a bus stop. So what we do is transform this, the MUPIs. What is a MUPI useful for? A MUPI are like small billboards that are for publicity. They're in the highways or in the sidewalks, and so, or in the bus stops. One of the walls of the bus stop is a billboard, an advertisement. So what is the MUPI good for me? Is it something only for publicity? But what happens if this MUPI, we put a router of super Wi-Fi? Now it's providing internet, so it's useful. So what we have several colleagues that work with that digital divide or digital gap, and the public Wi-Fi that is present in the agendas of many places, for example, in the airport or in a hotel, we just ask for the password and we connect, but we don't see this everywhere. So to have this accessible in the public environments and the outdoors, in the public services, for example, bus stops, benches, parks, many times the persons just walk by. They don't know that they're in a environment with connectivity.
So smart furniture gives visibility to this. It has um, advertisement and information, but we also gave it like extra sustainable energy. So it's equipment that in the end also gives us energy nowadays. So it's not useful to have the best internet if we don't have enough battery in our phones. So these are two gaps. We identified a very big digital gap and a tech gap. So, and the other thing we've discussed, what we've run into, it has been really helpful to talk with this digitalization, national digitalization plan, because we focus on maybe not the lack of credibility, but they did not see the advantage they could have to digitize and have access to connectivity in rural areas. So it's easier to get to a capital city or an urban area and talk about this subject. Give an example, put it, and for them to use it. We were talking in the previous panels that we also need to discuss what is common for us, the use of social media. They are using the trade tools, and as I was saying, connectivity, what ends up bringing to the countries that are disconnected is development. So the basis that this national plan is giving us has really helped us because they go in at the municipal level. They bring a clear message of it's not that you are going to be a smart city or that a smart city is a luxury, but it's a need. Why? Because you have, as I said before, they're going to be more competitive, more efficient, but in the end, what municipalities feel, and more in rural areas, are the benefits of the population when the population in small areas is benefited with something, the response is more evident. So if a person we are helping with mobility, with security, connectivity, trade development, is evident that they feel they are thankful or come closer to the municipality, so we break barriers. For example, they are looking at seeing some process. So in this rural areas, they're still using paper and they're reluctant, but they do double work because they do paper for but for another procedures. In the office, they need to become digitized. So this pressure has really helped us to move forward, have good acceptance, but we still need more flexible public policies in the sense that perhaps municipalities might have the same requirements even though they are in different sectors, and not complicate ourselves that in this area there are several things. Here they change a bit, or even the rate varies from place to place, so we cannot, it's not like we can standardize costs because some place is more expensive than the other. You have the same problem started with mine. It's a reality, but without a doubt, the municipality is the one that have direct contact with the citizen, plays an important role in how the citizen perceives the role of government. One last comment by each of you on the subject of innovative projects. I think what you were talking about artisan handicraft producer women, and even how to communicate in the regional language, which is Spanish, and your idea of smart furnishings and smart cities. And I was talking about a while ago, I participated in a talk, and they asked if Argentina could be an international hub for AI. And I said that right now I didn't think so, but I did think we could do very interesting projects when the Artemis spaceship left, which is the one that has gone farthest. Agencies and universities were able to upload a microsatellite. It's the only project that won. So I said perhaps we cannot be a global hub in terms of the both leading countries that are China or the US, but we can do very relevant things. And in this regard, I think that the two projects you spoke about are in this line. What would be a brief comment for all the young people, and not as young people? because I'm sure you might have had some difficulties to do this. What do we need to do to move forward? Yes, this innovative project we discussed is surprising. And I could also talk about some other innovating projects for women in favor of security, but I would keep as a final message a word what I talk about right now is to democratize. Democratize security, health, trade, empowerment, because you know a bit about our country. It's very rich culturally speaking, multilingual, and that's what it's about. Guatemala is not just Antigua, it's Huehuetenango, Petén, Solola, and it's all of us. So, as innovative beyond the technology that I love, I am super passionate about technology, but beyond that, I would keep the word democratize and the internet, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, digital transformation before all. That's what I would keep. And to tell you a bit, we have my book called Popol Vuh that talks a lot about the origins, the roots of our country. And Popol Vuh goes this way: no one should stay behind, and we should all move forward. So this would be the innovative message. Thank you, Deborah. I would keep the word perseverance. Innovating is not easy, but I would summarize it in that there are many things that are already done, many examples in other countries. Argentina has given a lot of examples, but for example, we did not reinvent the wheel. Public Wi-Fi already exists. Urban furniture already exists in the world. It's not something new. What we did was nationalize it, make it Guatemalan, and this can be replicated. This is why it's scalable, because it can be replicated in the other countries. But it's not just about going and putting it. It needs to be updated to where we go. But not in other countries, but in Guatemala, we need to nationalize this. Big example is in Guatemala, they forbid us to add something technological different to the colonial architecture. So we had to find a way for the very tech and pretty benches we had foreseen. We had to redo them, reinvent ourselves, and add colonial benches so that it would not clash with the environment and what was more convenient for authorization. So it's innovating, but mostly go beyond that and see that we can nationalize things even though they still exist, and persevere in the search for this. Persevere and democratize. I keep those two concepts of the applause for Deborah and Francisco. If you stay with us during lunch, if there are questions, go ahead and ask them. Unfortunately, we don't have more time, or we would have a lot of questions from the audience. Now, lunchtime. And go look at the stamps outside that are very pretty.
He was just a hired hand, walking on the dreams he planned and tried.
para irlas. Hola, vamos a empezar la tarde. Sé que han tenido un buen almuerzo. Me parece que les va a costar mucho traerlos todos los días acá. Bueno, gente, siéntense. A ver allá, el sector del medio que se siente, el sector del final que se siente. Bueno, a ver, el sector de la izquierda está bastante, va ganando el sector de la izquierda, el de la derecha también, el del medio es el más movedizo. Bueno, gente, vamos con la tarde. Lindo.
Okay, nice lunch, but we have to continue. We'll have a very interesting panel. Freedom of speech, digital electoral integrity, and democracy in Latin America. And we have heard of the impact of the technology and digital transformation on democracies. We have the pleasure of having Anabela Rivera, the director of the Demos Institute, as moderator, Christian Hidalgo from the cooperative Sula Batsu Costa Rica, Frank LaRue, narrator of the United Nations for the freedom of opinion and expression, Luis Chavez, coordinator of the UNDP project in Guatemala, Luis Chavez, coordinator of the UNDP project in Guatemala, Silvia Trujillo, columnist, consultant, and university professor, and Eduardo Tunche, founder of TV San Pedro. The floor is yours. There was someone in the Zoom connection. Dude, Christian Hidalgo will join us via Zoom. Good afternoon, bon appetit to all of you. It is a terrible time. Everybody feels wants to sip their coffee, eat their dessert, go to your rooms, but here we are. We're going to try to wake up, and we believe that given the circumstances and the electoral processes that Latin America is, it's a topic that links us with what is happening in the democracies of our region. I want to ask our panelists, Luis Chavez, Silvia Trujillo, Eduardo Tunche, if they can come to the front. As Olga explained, this panel, we're going to go through freedom of expression, of speech, digital electoral integrity, and democracy in Latin America. And we want to do this, we want to start with a reflection on the defense of the electoral integrity and the defense of freedom of speech. They are not opposite objectives. On the contrary, free elections require free citizens to inform, to give their opinion, and to question. The challenge of our times is to protect the democracy without weakening the freedoms that give it a sense. And to complete these reflections and these thoughts, I want to ask Frank LaRue, ex-narrator of the United Nations for the freedom of opinion, to initiate this panel. No? No? Thank you very much, Anabela. It's a great privilege for me to participate in this South School on the Internet Governance. We thank the organizers for their 18 years of existence of the school and the opportunity to participate. I have to confess that even though what we are talking about is valid for any part of the world, we're very motivated because next year is an electoral year, mid-year. The calling would be in January. We have went through the elections of the judicial authorities, and now we're going through another election. So we have to discuss what are regulations and what are voluntary guidelines that we should have in the electoral processes, because we have so much invested in this elections, and because we have been through a criminalization with political parties had to be dissolved in an absurd way, and many journalists, judges, prosecutors had to go to the exile because of the criminalization that exists. It is interesting because we're trying to recover that democracy in moments where the democratic model in the world is in crisis, not only in our country. We can say this in Latin America. I won't name countries because I have several friends from the South Cone, and they will understand that evidently the democracy is being attacked, hit by extreme conditions, and with particular interest, but it is a world divided by wars that do not have legitimacy and make no sense, and affects the communications around the world and the digital communication among them. A great piece of defending this democracy is to know how to defend them through the new technologies. And that's what this is about. Here I want to quote the Pope. And I think we're going to all do this because the Pope Leon XIV really investigated and made a calling to the whole world to reflect upon not of the link between the human being, the magnificence of humanity, and the link with the new technologies. And of course, it's not contrary to that technologies, but insisting on the correct use of technologies. And one of the phrases that I want to start my talk is that the digital technology is not the future that awaits us. The digital technology is the infrastructure of today, where we are now. That infrastructure that allows us to communicate, to work, to develop alternatives. And we have to shed light from a humanistic point of view on this technology, because the human being has to come close to the technology. They have to be linked. And the same debate that had in the Industrial Revolution, when the artisans wanted to stop machines because it was going to displace them. And yes, those who talk about a freedom of speech, and particularly with the internet. I was a rapporteur when the internet was becoming a generalized a means of communication. The freedom of speech had to be understood in the freedom of use of internet. It was very important in the United Nations to define it as this way, because the technology never stops. It will advance, it will move forward. And as human beings, what we have to do is interpret the most effective use of this technology. And it is here where the reflection of the Pope. It is not the human being which is at the service of technology, but these new technologies like AI, who should be used for the benefit of the world. Otherwise, he says, and it is correct, what these technologies are doing is making us lose the privacy of our data. They have made us, they're going to cause the loss of jobs. A few days before we started, Meta fired 8,000 employees that were substituted now by AI. So there is no vision of how to humanize the work of those that are currently employed. So I think that it is important in the political world to understand that these technologies, like he says, like Pope says, should not be only the thoughts of those that create the algorithms, but it has to include the opinion of certain stakeholders. But it should be how to transfer the a quota of information to the population so they can develop critical thinking. So, and when we said that internet was a right as an extension of the freedom of speech, a phrase became popular. all all rights offline are rights online. All the human rights that we exercise outside or offline, we should be able to exercise them online. I thought this phrase was important. It's simple, but when we make the internet an electronic communication system or talk about the cloud and the storage of data, it does not free us from the world of human rights. It is more a reaffirmation of human rights in another space, in another methodology, but the human rights continue to be the main objective. When we talk about a new code for the internet, and it's not necessary, that proposal was rejected because the developing of the doctrine of the United Nations or the Inter-American system is the same, being used online or offline. That is the first thing. And secondly, we all start from the Article 1920 of the Civil and Political Rights, or the Article 13 of the American Convention, that sets forth clearly the principles that continue to be applicable regardless of how advanced technology is. So it is something it is undeniable the right of the persons to look and find information and create an analytical analysis in a digital way and also in an artistic way. So the marvelous thing about those that drafted these documents, that the Universal Declaration in the 1948, but all the other international instruments have opened the door that regardless of what methodology of communication or which new alternatives we would be looking for, it is the same principle. And that's a fundamental principle. I'm not going to talk too much more about it because it's the base of philosophy of human thought. The human being, the Homo sapiens, developed because of its capacity to investigate based on the natural events that he witnessed and systematize this information to use it mentally and to educate its children and the new generations to express that learnings into practice. So freedom of speech is one of the fundamental values for the development of the individual thought in a free society. Another factors that we insist, and some people still discuss this, is the freedom of speech and the freedom of thought. It's exercised in an individual way. We are all free to seek and find and use information and say what we want, but it has to be exercised in a collective way. Populations do it. You cannot. We are always in association, and you can do it any way, but collectively. And a third factor is like we can do it as a country or as a people, because the people, through their identity, have their own way of communicating. The identity of the people is a fundamental value. And that is why the human rights of the indigenous people, that Declaration of the United Nations, say that every population, every group of persons can transmit their knowledge, educate their new generations, and communicate it globally using whatever means. So So in Guatemala gave an example in the last elections when the authorities, the ancestral authorities moved the authorities of the indigenous right to defend the elections. How interesting. They who have a different cosmovision, a different perception of the world, a different spirituality, decided to vote. And when they wanted to steal the elections, they mobilized as people with the leadership of their indigenous authorities to defend those they had elected, because they said, we're not doing it for a candidate or for a political party, we're doing it to defend our vote, because it is the democracy that we are defending. So it is very important to understand this freedom of speech in different modalities. I want to move a little bit to what happens with the challenges in this democratic model that is in crisis. Well, part of the crisis of the democratic model has to do with the economic model, a crisis of the economic model, which has led to the accumulation of capital. We talk about Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and the owners of these huge digital platforms. And it turns out that before we talked about millionaires, now we're talking about billionaires, thousands of millions, and now we're talking about being trillionaires. So yes, the world facilitated that because of a lack of a vision of solidarity, of a more shared economic model, the accumulation of capitals. And 5, 6 platforms of communication control communication around the world. So in one hand, we have internet that came to it was an instrument, a democratic instrument, because it is a free communication for everybody. For the journalists, for example, to the press, before you had to pay for a newspaper or you had to print a newspaper in paper. Now you can read news of your interest, you can select them. So it became a democratic way of using journalism. But also, it can also make it or break it. But it made that the communication was a part of everybody. But at the same time, when the social networks started to develop, I acknowledge that they're valuable. They're the popular expression of the people. But at the same time, became an abuse, because you see something in the networks, you replicate it, you do not make sure it's true. So the sense of the journalism was lost, because there in the old time journalists had ethics, but these days everybody can publish something and we find out immediately. If Trump says a stupid thing in Washington, for example, we find out about it 30 seconds later or very soon. So we all can understand what is going on around the world in seconds. So this made our communication more agile. But now with AI, another element comes to play, which it makes research easier. If the AI systematizes in seconds a world of data that otherwise could have been researched but would have taken so much more time. Because AI, what it provided us is to save time. And that is causing a phenomena that we might not be totally prepared for, because technology not only grows in a straight line, in an arithmetic way, but it reproduces geometrically. The speed is like a car that starts slowly but starts getting faster and faster along the way. So we are facing a technology phenomenon which we do not really know where it's going to. We have questions. We know it's going to have an impact on labor, but if we would like to know how can we save jobs for the human beings and continue making work easier without losing jobs. And 3 recommendations I have. 1, that disinformation and the confusion that can exist because of social networks cannot be solved by restrictions or regulations. The norms that are established in the system of United Nations today, or inter-American system, are first that political debate is privileged. It should be protected because it is the way that the people, the populations, can participate in politics. So it cannot be restricted. Secondly, that the traditional restrictions continue to be. You cannot use information to hurt somebody, to harm somebody, or to use it as in a unlawful way. Cannot be a crime, and that has to be continued to protect. For example, children should be respected. It cannot be used as digital violence against women, but except these restrictions that already exist, it continues to be an open world. And secondly, we have to expand the diversity of the sectors. Before, we were talking about the digitalization of the connectivity, how important it is to see connectivity not only in quantity that includes all the population, but to locate the linguistic identity of the people and the cultural diversity and linguistic diversity. And lastly, that it should not be restrictive in the electoral processes. Those that are candidates, they should understand the rules of the game, and they will receive more criticism in the social networks. They are more vulnerable to criticism, and these basic principles, we have to remember that in electoral processes, who can convince the population the resources that they can use to, and how to defend the electoral authorities that are the regulators are the ones that guarantee the transparency of the process, and they are not the ones that decide which are the correct messages, because that would be censorship. So there's limits. And also to understand financial transparency, because those that manage the funds are the ones that can launch more publicity. And third is the cultural fairness. If in the political narrative, what is the common sense of the population is the ones that can mobilize the population. So that narrative is defined by the messages. And today, many of the platforms, you open Facebook or you open internet, and immediately you have a advertisement, a link to something that you have bought before, or something that is linked to what your preferences. So it's all now used as your information is used in algorithms that influence the decisions of the population, and that has to make us have critical thinking, and has to try to combat disinformation. Disinformation can be fought with more information. And it's true, but it can also be fought with more criteria and with the possibility to establish voluntary norms in those that participate in the process to avoid the disinformation and to avoid attacks, offenses, hostility, and discrimination, and even acts of violence. So I hope that our electoral authorities can really consider this kind of regulations for our electoral processes. After these reflections, I want to propose how this panel was organized. The idea was precisely to have an exchange of opinions, intergenerational. You can see here that we have representatives of different ages, but that we can also talk about the ethnic issues that we have been talking about, which is one of the fundamental elements of the social architecture of our country. And that's why we have Estuardo Tuche. He represents a lot of what we have been talking about. He's a journalist and he does research journalism. He started as a community communicator, and he will tell you better than me what he is doing currently. Thank you, Estuardo, for participating. Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you and to the panel. What an honor to join these wonderful persons. I was trained and educated by Frank, Annabella, Sylvia, who saw me grow up. And today I practice in community journalism. I have a major in political science, and I also I'm actually studying postgrad in constitutional law. So it is incredible how the digital ecosystem brings us together to talk about the internet, to talk about AI. And even the same Pope has mentioned in this research that he did that we're living a fourth industrial revolution. So all these topics are interesting, but when we turn our view, we see so much inequality in Guatemala, for example, which makes us think, without going too far, at just kilometers away from the city, there is a municipality called Santa Maria de Jesus. And there it would seem that time has frozen. It's like this town is trapped in time. The inequalities here are huge. So if we are talking about technology, we cannot avoid talking about inequality. We have a very unequal country in this digital system. If we do not intervene, we can fall like in a stealing away because it does not name our indigenous ancestral authorities or our ancestral languages or our community authorities. Frank mentioned how our indigenous authorities mobilized to defend our democracy, and there's where our authorities are represented, and they use their right to protest and their right to free speech, but because they were safeguarding and protecting our democracy, now they're being persecuted criminalized, because using legal penal and to persecute our authorities, to persecute journalism, if we are trying to silence these voices. And it's not only two persons that are in prison. If we talk about the history of Guatemala, we've had several community authorities and ancestral authorities that have been criminalized to defend the right we have and to defend our territories. We have Rigoberto Juarez, who had to face several lawsuits to defend territories, and we have many authorities that are being criminalized to defend our Mother Earth. So to talk about the digital system, it is important because we cannot avoid talking about inequalities, but we also have to mention the local heroes that have performed spectacular work, and we could see it more clearly when we had this mobilization to defend our democracy. And I'm talking about the community communicators. I also belong to the community press, and they are in the territories. And we have been persecuted. We have been criminalized. We have suffered threats. We have even been attacked digitally through our web pages, our digital systems. So that makes us reflect upon what gaps are we talking about in this digital system? What are the challenges that we have from the youth to those that have been working for a while? What are the new challenges? Is it to buy more computers or have more infrastructure, or to continue to open this gap so that the new generations have access to the internet? And because in this country that is so unequal, from the educational, economic, and political point of view, many of the children do not have access, and many of the young people do not have access to the internet. As I mentioned, just a few kilometers away from the city, there's communities that do not have basic services like water, which is an essential, or electricity, and even less access to internet. So these are huge challenges that we face, and the question is that what is the role that we will have? How are we going to organize ourselves? And how are we going to break through the digital world without losing our cultural identity, without losing our organizational structure with our ancestral authorities? So those are the true challenges that we are facing. How are we going to break through these challenges, and how the states and the international organizations are going to help? For example, in Guatemala, we have several frequencies that are being used by one owner, single owner. We have a radio monopoly. Angel Gonzalez used to own all the radio frequencies and TV frequencies. So how can the states guarantee that these frequencies, that the community radios in Guatemala continue to exist in a dignified way? Because the community radios in Guatemala are being persecuted. They have been dismantled, but it is a right that we have. The Constitution gives us the freedom of speech, and in agreements that Guatemala has subscribed guarantees this freedom of speech. So it is important to continue to break through the digital system, but emphasizing our identity, our ancestral organizations, and have all free access to the internet. Thank you. Thank you, Estuardo. And now I want to invite Silvia Trujillo. Can you comment on this approach? She's an expert of violence against women. She also writes, and she has been her journalist work, her writings are a valuable referral for women in this country. Thank you, Sylvia, for joining us today. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Anabela, Frank, for the invitation, and my fellow panelists. Thank you for being with me. I graduated from Buenos Aires, so I have an Argentinian accent, and this university is being dismantled. And then I had a master's in the University of San Carlos in Guatemala, which right now does not have a president, and that has to be mentioned. We have a university, national university, with no head, with no leadership. I have lived in Guatemala for 24 years. I work to the right of communication and defense of women, and I work for the freedom of speech and the welfare of women. And I want to start maybe asking a question that may be rhetoric. I don't ask you to answer it right now, but who decides today? Who deserves credibility in the internet? Because I'm going to talk about the struggle, about the social distribution of the credibility. Because as Eduardo said, in these countries that are profoundly unequal, the discussions that we've had around access, around internet, yes, obviously they have to go through the technology, but also they have to also go through the inequality. And so what happens when certain groups are using abusing of the internet, and that causes censorship, and we've discussed this a lot because since 2023 today in Guatemala we do not have a strict census, but we have around more than 100 journalists that have had to leave the country to be able to protect their freedom of speech. So the problem is not only the contents, the harmful contents, but that these contents can produce effects on governance. They regulate behavior, they generate self-censorships, patterns of participation, and differential costs for the exercise of the freedom of speech. So I have four contributions or four elements that I want to discuss, and I am right now closing some research in Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala precisely on disinformation, because last year when we started with this investigation, we found that there was a lot written in Latin America, but not specifically about this region. And I'm going to comment a little bit on this.
The first contribution is that disinformation operates as part of social disciplining, and the literature we have about disinformation, as I said, has focused on falsity of content, informative manipulation, and the effects on public trust. But this average is not enough to really understand how this is overlapped with cultural situations. So this is not new news because we presented this last year, but it's the second presentation. It's not yet published, and we're going to tell you about this later. But the findings we obtained in Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador suggest that misinformation, as a matter of fact, is an alteration of the truth or of factual truth, but also the main role consists in intervening disputes by legitimacy and credibility and authority. And we also found patterns that point in the same direction but are produced differently in the three countries. From this perspective, the efficacy of misinformation depends on the capability to generate uncertainty, permanent suspicion, and erosion of trust. And as a result of this, the citizenship loses shared experiences. And this is where I cross-reference this with the subject of how this is operating on the women that still need to prove, unfortunately, that we are subject in this system. I know we've moved forward in this process. We've been producing knowledge for a while now. There are some in this society that have earned this right, and we still need to prove ourselves. And if I cross this together with what Estuardo was saying, thinking about indigenous women or racialized women, it seems like they still need to prove a bit more. The second element to show is the digital violence as a mechanism for informal governance, were precisely beyond the formal rules that organize internet. Digital spaces are also regulated by informal control mechanisms, and digital violence represents one of these. So 2022 we published with Centro Civitas an investigation where we asked a lot of journalist women how this digital violence operated, and we found cases where they were even thinking about leaving journalism because gender-based violence or women-based violence in the digital but also offline is specific. It has specific things because we have discrediting by mentioning our sexuality. If we are in the space, because we said this a while ago that it sounds like a cliche, but I still hear colleagues from the department say that they're told that many of them are there because perhaps they were in a relationship with someone that makes decisions. So there's another factor we need to consider in the dialogues we want to promote, and it's that gender-based violence operates against them but also against their families. We have different testimonies on how they tell them we know where you move, where you are, but we know where your kids go to school, and this happens with men. Yes, it happens with men, but because of gender dissemination, it operates in a different way than women. And I'm gonna tell a short story, but I precisely was a subject of threats online, and something I can't forget about is when I went to get the security plan, and something new I heard that day is that from this moment on, you need to record yourself how your women are going out in the street because they are at risk as well. And you might say, what does that have to do? Because memorize this, because if something happens, you need to have a recorded information about how they're dressed. And they tell you this, and it's immediate that you say, no, 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 you threaten me. But if you mess with my girls, and I was one of those that had this done, and it's an impact. Of course, it hurts when you feel like your boys and girls are at risk because of your journalistic word of communication. Things become more complex. So these type of things that seem, because sometimes we say digital violence works the same for men and women. We need to think about this. And you were saying, for many, we've learned that some subjects generate disproportionate punishments, and it's in a perspective of governance, a phenomenon poses an uncomfortable question if observable consequence of the observation of determined groups. Because I'm going to talk a bit more about people and indigenous people, you can considering a problem of content moderation? No, of course not. The third element is precisely the coloniality of digital systems. Why? Because of what I was saying. For the people, first of all, because the decisions of how networks work, the algorithms work, are not included in global decisions. They are made somewhere else. So we have much less possibilities on this side of the world to access information produced by indigenous people. Fortunately, in Guatemala, we already have a lot of examples of young people that are using technology, I don't know, to teach Maya languages. That's already happening. Of course, when you start looking at how you compete with hegemonics, it's far from it, but it's starting, and I insist it bears weight that still doesn't weigh. So it's that we need to include the analysis about coloniality is working in access to distribution, and what we were talking about, how to install the debate that the indigenous people and indigenous women are subject to systemics of the people, and of everything I wrote down, because I'm running out of time, this is the most important thing. So the fourth element to think about is that just as we have regulatory frameworks right now, it's not enough to solve this problem. And to clarify, we don't have a legal framework to typify gender-based violence. We just did an exercise with my students to go and ask request for public information requests, and the answer of the public prosecution office is we don't have information because it's not typified. So if you find a prosecutor that wants to do it, if you're a woman, it is by law with the law against femicide, and if you're a man, what to do. This is something you to think about to end. There are some ideas to think about. So if this is a diagnosis, these are some elements to think about. What can we do? And we did not agree with Frank, but precisely there, one of the subjects we discussed last week when we presented the investigation is that we need to shorten the investigation of what we do to these countries specifically, because here the tradition of opacity is precisely a tradition. So we need to have a social discussion that is bigger about how to regulate, and I'm going to put this in quotes, without this meaning violating rights of women, indigenous women, subjects that have been historically vulnerable. So I had a lot of ideas, but I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Sylvia. We want to thank you for having shared with us these news and conclusions. So I want to ask Luis Chavez from the UN Program for Development. Luis is a true expert of electoral subjects, and this is why I also want to ask him to join us today in this panel and a bit about the reflection about comments about the use of digital communication for prevention of electoral conflicts. We know that you've done research, executed exercise, a lot of electoral processes, not only in Guatemala, and we would love for you to share a bit about your experience. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a true honor to be here with you today, and a recognition to the panel present here. We cannot talk about electoral conflicts without saying that in Guatemala and many countries of the Central American region show higher levels of violence during electoral years, and this was scientifically proven by security forces of each Central American country that show that there are more violence events than in prior years and in previous later years. Guatemala is a very complex country in comparison to many countries of Central America because it shows general elections. It's five in one area and makes the electoral system more complex. It has the electoral ballots of larger in Latin America, and for 2027, the Electoral Supreme Court may expects to have an average of 27 political parties, and with the reform to electoral laws and political parties 2026, it establishes that all the political parties have to have an in-person candidate. And at the community level, we remove the possibility of the group of citizens at the municipal level of creating civic spaces for the scrutinies for the results to be carried out in a more stronger tension, and the difference between the first and second place is shorter. There are municipalities in Guatemala where the vote difference has been of 25, and of course, this is done in an environment of a lot of tension. The electoral process of 2023 in Guatemala, I believe, needs to be a study at the Latin American level. In Guatemala, electoral violence is translated because of the election of municipal corporations. This has been the main focus and has this electoral supreme tribunal has worked on, but the 2023 process showed that there is an election, but the judicialization of the electoral process, there's focus of conflict in some department because of the elections of congressmen, and this can take us to decision making, and it shows that we need reform to electoral and political parties law in a wholesome way. So the efforts done by the Electoral Supreme Tribunal with the support of different agencies, with youth organizations, women's organizations, and indigenous people to promote an electoral process that is integral, that is based on the defense of human rights, and also promoting a culture of peace. The electoral process that we will have in Guatemala next year is going to have this new component of the use of artificial intelligence, fake news. Chile, the electoral process in Chile has shown the use of artificial intelligence and the damage it can give to peaceful, transparent, and democratic processes and in general culture. But the latest example of Peru and what we've seen in the media has shown what AI can produce, and this can be translated into misinformation from the UN Department for Development, UNDP, like UNESCO, Modemos, Unimujeres, UN Women. We're going to work to strengthen the National Coalition Against Electoral Disinformation launched by the Supreme Tribunal a couple of days ago, and whose purpose is to establish plans prior, during, and after the electoral process, plans for against disinformation and fake news. But we will also support the installment of the national table up to prevent conflictivity, electoral conflictivity, to propose plans where the youth, women, and indigenous people are agents of change and transformation of electoral transformation, because these groups have been marginated from electoral processes. This partnership, we're going to have the electoral tribunal, and where we will have the participation of different agencies for peace, defense, human rights, and security of the state. Will promote that we respect human rights, and especially get to the 22 departments of the country. Yes, so likewise, something very important is that because of everything that the Latin American context is presented from the UN Program for Development UNDP, we will promote a tool called Monitor Plus, that is a tool used with AI to detect political violence in social media, to generate strategies, to generate political analysis and information that can be useful for decision makers and the electoral tribunal for the development of strategies for disinformation, electoral misinformation. This Monitor Plus tool that has been very successful in Peru, Colombia, and other countries of the world also has the added value that helps to detect gender-based political violence in social media, and also to train staff from the Electoral Tribunal, and it can be an important element for social uh, organizations and for developing strategies. When I talk about the National Coalition for Electoral and but it's a point where we can have the political parties, civil society organizations, academia, cooperation to generate strategies that can promote a culture of peace and fight against disinformation, electoral disinformation. Guatemala, its electoral process is highly complex. We're going to face all the subject of electoral disinformation, and it's highly important that we are prepared for this. Well, I really celebrate this because it has been institutionalized by the Supreme Electoral Tribunal and is within the legal reforms, and learning about these successful reforms in Latin America. The Supreme Electoral Tribunal and with demos and the UN agencies will promote the launch of an ethical agreement that was very successful in Panama and Costa Rica, that has had success in Peru, and this national agreement. And here we invite the main stakeholders of social media, of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, and we sign an agreement, of course, by the participation of political parties, social organizations, and the Supreme Electoral Tribunal to dispel myths we have had. And when we detect false information or fake news that generates violence, it is automatically eliminated, and a place an ad that says this information is not verified. This would really help the electoral process in Guatemala.
Transparentes, democráticas y principalmente incluyentes. Y en ese sentido, mencionar también que este tema de la desinformación, el uso de la inteligencia artificial afecta de manera diferenciada a jóvenes, a mujeres, a pueblos indígenas, y que no es únicamente labor del Tribunal Supremo Electoral esta labor cívica, sino es una labor que debemos lanzar todos.
It's a big thing and something we want to launch representing the country. Thank you very much.
Estamos todavía en el tiempo asignado y le queremos pedir a Cristian Hidalgo de Costa Rica, lo vamos a tener de manera virtual.
Cristian Hidalgo from Costa Rica is going to be virtually with us, and we want him to join us because we made a reference to what is happening in Guatemala in these electoral processes and what we are currently living right now in these last years. Cristian, thank you very much for being here. We really want to thank you. He's a true expert in these subjects, and Costa Rica, of course, went through their critical election moments. So we want you to tell us how you're doing and how you lived this and how you survived all of this. Thank you, Anabella. Well, first of all, I want to confirm that you can hear me. Yeah? Very well. First of all, I want to thank Anabella and Frank, friends for a long while now, with whom we've worked now. I want to say thanks to everyone in this process with the school. Perhaps the first thing is, because of time, I'm going to have to go a bit faster. A bit of context, because perhaps Costa Rica sometimes is seen and another historical moment than what we're going through today. Something important to understand is that Costa Rica has had a setback for 4 years, and we've fallen about around 24 points in security indicators, something that didn't happen before, and there has been a constant increase in the last 4 years of hate speech that could be seen in the latest report of Costa Rica. Something interesting of this analysis of this hate speech in social media is that from 2021 to date, it had an increase of 400% of this hate speech. Journalists, women, women in policies, and the LGBTQ plus. And we go into a context of elections where there was a direct attack of the executive to the legislative and the judicial branch and to the electoral supreme tribunal. And in this context, that was happening at that time that we saw we were gonna have a stronger process of disinformation that we could find in other years. We started to do an analysis on how to recover. The first thing was that there was no legislation to give an action framework on institutions on how they could work in this regard. Now, the Electoral Supreme Tribunal did had because of a provision had a regulation towards political parties where they had to report if they had optimized artificial intelligence in the development of their proposals of government. Now, basically 47% of political parties, we have 20 right now for the country. 47% of the parties, yes, stated that they had used artificial intelligence tools, and from there, but a bit later, this Electoral Supreme Tribunal requests a bill to regulate the use of IA, especially in the electoral process. Now, given the fact that we are in the internet school, I want to suggest something. I'm sure you're going to have a discussion in these 5 years in Guatemala when we decided to support this legislation being proposed by the tribunal. We did this under an idea, and it is a premise, and it's that what are we going to we're going to support all neutrality possible, but we were also going to support the minimum legislation possible. This under the big discussion we have in the local authority. Now, what do I mean by this minimum legislation? It wasn't a legislation that was gonna make us not be able to optimize or use some sort of AI, but what we were looking for is a legislation that allowed the Supreme Electoral Tribunal to manage certain things that were foreseen that were going to happen, like the immediate labeling of some advertisements, political advertisements, or avoid the use of bots if you found a use of bots that could be managed from within the tribunal. Unfortunately, this bill, well, this is in all the countries because a bill has brought it takes time, so we were not able to do this before elections. So I want to say something that is important, and it's when we talk about legislation that allows for the management legislation, as I said before, that we expect that it stops or cancels or eliminates, for example, the use of IA, because this is not something we will achieve. We need to have a framework of institutions to face the situation we will have with this technology. In Francia and Costa Rica, there's a legislative framework that allows us to work on things like personal data, etc., that has helped the process, but was still missing. when faced with this, upon this, and following the words of the previous panelists, what Costa Rica decided, or at least organizations of civil society, academia starts looking with the support of international organizations like UNDP or the Inter-American Human Rights Institute to generate a pact that we ended up calling pay attention to misinformation, and it's about misinformation and hate speech. This national agreement, in this framework, was based on five basic principles: responsibility, and to share some things of the electoral campaign, pluralism, respecting the social activities and information, and protect the information and on the messages, and timely information, and verify publicly any wrong information that has been seen, and with some commitments that it will need to have by these signatories, and verify the information before sharing it, and not replicate fake information, avoid the use of production of content, correct information errors, and reject hate speech, extremist messages contrary to human dignity, and reject the use of an information force of not verified information. It's the general framework we hope to achieve with this agreement. This agreement really worked well. 10 presidential candidates supported this, 39 candidates to Congress, political parties in general. And I think it was huge progress to do this agreement, and this agreement was linked to a number of processes that we believe are important, that were courses for journalists or to candidate women because of the type of violence they were going to receive. And since I don't have a lot of time, I just want to say that to follow this process, reach this moment, we need to follow some steps and understand that we have this use of technology before creating the pact, that the conclusion of this proposal was done collectively. In our case, we did it through workshops of civil society, radio, academia, so that before we get to the public information, and we saw entities represented because they participated in the construction process, and of course an implementation, follow-up, and closing of the results provided. I would love to say, to conclude, that disinformation processes reduced considerably, and hate speech reality was not exactly that one, but it caused a framework that allowed us to act better and, yes, realize about some specific information and have measures in the moment. Unfortunately, we have the third hate speech report. It has not come out. I have some data, and it is important. This hate speech that was very strong in elections, and it increased, and we maintained the use of technology during the elections. What we were able to do is to have a population that is a bit more informed, and especially use of technologies and these processes. So to comply with time, that's all we have. Thank you very much, Anabela, for inviting us, and we are here in case you have any questions or comments. Thank you very much, Christian. I would like to ask you for a big round of applause for the panelists, please. For time limitations, we had to speed up the presentations, but thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and Christian, for your the time you spent on this panel, and all of you, thank you very much for your attention. We will see you in the next South School on Internet Governance.
Gracias.
We've talked so much about democracy today. He has information, but he wants me to present it. It is a controls and signatures that have to do with the formalities of the organization. So I need that the international participants, the international ones, have to stay to sign some paperwork. So when we finish, do not leave, because we have to sign some documents. So this is for the international participants. And tomorrow, the nationals will sign, but we'll start with the internationals. I have a democratic questions. There's coffee outside? Wait a second, don't leave yet. There's coffee outside, but there's one more panel. If you come back really fast from the coffee break, who will come back soon after getting their coffee? Let's not spend too much time in the coffee break. The foreigners have to sign, but don't make me push you back like at noon. So let's take a short coffee break so we can wrap up with the last panel. So at 4:45, I wait for all to be back. I'm going to take attendance.
sí, 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 sí. Dos, sí, sí. Dos, sí, sí. ¿Cómo? ¿De mano? Sí. Dos, sí,
Hola, hola, hola. Hola.
Y no la arreglo.
Perdón,
Hoy voy a...
¿quién va? Ah, vas 4 minutos. Si no, empiezo yo ahorita. Solo déjame
The
editar.
last part of the afternoon, I want to say something about the program. If you see it politically, in the first part is more dedicated to infrastructure. So we'll have a panel on infrastructure. Then we're going to go more to cybersecurity. And then we're going to incorporate AI topics. And at the end, topics that have to do with childhood, infancy, governance. So it goes from the more hardware to more social. So we have a last panel. Thank you for your patience. No. Antonio and Christian are in the room. Antonio, you're here. I think I'm going to have to open the door so the next panelist can come into the room. I had punished him to stay out. So, Antonio, you were punctual. Come with me. Antonio's an expert in telecommunications. I had this question that are you from Guatemala? Oh, he's from Chile. I am from Mendocina. I also told the Chilean colleagues that are in the room. I have my dear Dean of Engineering, Osvaldo. All my vacation in adolescence and childhood were in Chile, skiing, going to the beach, because it was close to our university. So I have good memories of Chile. So welcome, Antonio. And understand connectivity in the territory. Can you tell us a little bit about this, and welcome to the conversation? And when Christian arrives, we'll give him space for our final panel. Don't forget the foreigners, and I apologize, I did not choose these formalities, but it has to do with the organization and the rules of the government that has helped us to organize the event. You have to sign these lists, so please, the foreigners, don't go back to your rooms after the panel. Just sign these forms and then you can leave. Oh, Christian is here. Can you move a chair up here so we can be a little closer? They move them so that we can see the screen, but let's get a little closer.
Very well, thank you, Christian. Christian works in Ufinet. Are you Guatemalan? It's a pleasure. Christian Mendizábal is my name. Sorry for the technical problems. I'm Guatemalan from Ufinet. I've been in Ufinet for 10 years, 22 years in the industry. And well, my specialty has always been permits and negotiations. And well, we're here. Welcome, and first I want to give the floor to Antonio, and then we'll continue with you. They're going to talk about the impact of telecommunications in development and regulations in development. The floor is yours. Very well. First of all, thank you very much for considering us and for the invitation to the scholarship, to the fellowship, and to share a bit of territorial view, and what the internet means in Central America and Guatemala in general. My name is Antonio Bacache. I'm UIT consultant and geographer by profession, and I've been working for 20 years in consulting in IT, geographical information systems, and mapping of different types of data, territorial data. And currently, I'm working to since September now, I've been working on the IGA initiative, which is a joint initiative of ITU with UNICEF on school connectivity. But beyond that, my idea is to put on the table this topic of connectivity in the territory. So, can you help me with the presentation, please? Let's basically support to guide this conversation, how we can understand connectivity in the territory, because mainly when we talk about internet or connectivity, we think a lot about optical fiber, broadband satellites, etc. But we forget about previous activity, that is understanding the places we want to connect with. Therefore, through all of this work we've done different projects related to connectivity. I've seen the digital gaps that the different countries of the region have, and how these gaps stem from diversity of the territories we live in. So, in this regard, and if we go to the next slide, please. Connectivity is not just infrastructure, it's understanding the places that we want to generate impact in, because two places can have coverage but have completely different conditions in terms of access, quality, or impact. It can be diverse geographically. It has different relief conditions, meteorological conditions even. Rurality is also different in the country. There's a lot of dispersion of human settlements, human centers, so we have different things in terms of inequality. So different access to services, trade, equipment, etc., among different conditions. Now, so therefore, territorial diversity. Can you go to the next one, please? Therefore, territorial diversity is part of Guatemala, is part of Central America. This occurs all over the world because connectivity doesn't occur in an empty space. It happens on these new different social, economical, geographical situations. Therefore, this connectivity solutions can also not be the same throughout the whole territory. We need to consider this variable. And for this, for example, here we have different information regarding the diversity of Guatemala in particular. The different states we have public facilities of different offices that are public and private. We have different levels of percentage of access to connectivity, not only in urban but rural areas as well. And for that, the important thing is to understand what spatial analysis reveal, or geospatial analysis. This analysis allows us to understand relationship patterns, detect patterns, and prioritize different processes and decision making. So here, for example, we have, just as an example, we have a map that shows us coverage at the national level that in Guatemala, where green areas show the areas that have mobile coverage, and the gray areas, those areas that don't have coverage. So from this point of view, we can see different patterns that many times we cannot see in tables, for example, or in reports. Therefore, this type of exercises and understanding how to read and interpret this information in the maps can help us identify patterns and organize and prioritize decisions. In this other example, this is an analysis of demand. This is information that were very kindly shared by the people from Wayfree based on UCLA data, demand data. So as you can see, within the country there are different realities and we can make decisions in this case based on some concentration points that are revealing the data that is hidden in the territory, and once we map it we can better interpret them and make conclusions, extract conclusions based on that. Now, having this, because the maps in itself don't make decisions, and it's a tool that we need to use to be able to take out different processes of connectivity. In this regard, we have a design that basically seeks to reflect how we go from action from this visualization of the maps and geospatial analysis, where the different layers of information we have, layers of base information about the territory and the network of roads, etc., is joined with the infrastructure mapping, where we have antennas, cell antennas located, fiber nodes, etc. All these kinds of things are things we are mixing, and here we have the different stakeholders and this multi-stakeholder level that we talk about, and is one of the premises of internet governance, show up so that we can articulate these different actions based on data and territory analysis based on this, that are intertwining themselves and doing synergy to be able to plan, coordinate, and prioritize and optimize resources. In that way we can decide on certain things that are important when generating connectivity in a territory, in this case, for example, at the country level and at the department level here in Guatemala. Therefore, we need to understand that connectivity, significant connectivity, requires a territorial point of view, because without a doubt, as was mentioned in other panels, we don't achieve anything by being fully connected if this connectivity is not going to be significant to generate a bigger impact in the areas where we can provide this connectivity. Therefore, the invitation is to analyze this point of view and have a conversation so that we can have available information to provide, see this view and to reach conclusions that can streamline decision making processes and make the resources we have available more efficient in different aspects that we are involved in with school collectives and collectives for different aspects. Finally, and in conclusion, and as a result of what I've been talking about, we want to say that the digital gap is also an information gap. If we have a lack of information, this is going to lead us to have a bigger digital gap. Therefore, opportunities are shown as a result of the maps through as a result of territorial designs, and the idea is that when we have available data, we can look at them from the territory point of view so that we can look at the characteristics of the places we are trying to connect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Antonio. A big round of applause for Antonio. and some questions come up. Not all the companies want to give you the maps. I've lived this in some stages of my life in my telecom company prior to internet era, and sometimes working in some projects, it's not always easy to understand the areas. You presented very pretty maps and very clear regarding the information as is stated, but not always the information can be obtained. So then planning takes a bit of time. What I have seen that is available later, if you're interested, I can send you the link. Perhaps this is present. There's a map of ITU with telegeography that has some layers and has the layers of the underground maps and optical fiber surface covered by 5G, 4G, exchange of transit information, but at the national level with more detail, it's important to obtain this information. So, planning without information is very difficult. So, what do you think? This information you obtain is beautiful, but it can always be found. Is it easier, harder? Very well. As a matter of fact, it's not an easy path to set up these types of maps or even simpler maps. It's complex. It requires a level of coordination and as I was showing in this design, when we have this multi-stakeholder participation, it's important for all the involved stakeholders to have or keep in mind like the fundamental principle of cooperation and so beyond the legitimate interest that any party can have, connectivity through a territorial analysis to achieve significant connectivity. Many times we need to have this data. Therefore, we need to prioritize. But to achieve what you said, it's necessary to have a level of coordination and not necessarily appeal just to the good willingness of to cooperate with this data to map it, because not all the data can be mapped. Although 80% of the data we have around us, territorial component, we can locate them somewhere. But I do think that the difficulty or the challenge is to be able to join criteria and provide data governance information that is reliable among all the parties for all of us to feel safe at the use we will give it. But it's not an easy path. I have to be in the context of IA articulating different things, managements to move forward in this process. But once we have this and we achieve these levels of commitment, the results that can be obtained are very significant. So, as I'm saying, it's not an easy path, but we need to have the awareness that if you participate from your own environment of action, you need to do this with the principle of cooperation in a fundamental way. Very interesting what you're saying, because this happened when we were studying critical infrastructure that from within the state you want to know what are critical infrastructures and classify them, and each country has its classification: US, Europe, Argentina, and there you have this dichotomy between the private enterprise that is the owner of electrical distribution or path and airports and the information you need to determine what are critical infrastructures. But I think that the path is, as you said, dialogue and coordination and cooperation. And I apologize, there's something else that is also important mentioned in some other previous conferences that is also important to move forward in regulatory frameworks that are robust, that allow us to generate the correct conditions for distribution. The experience I've had, for example, in drafting roadmaps for mapping systems, broadband mapping systems, or telecommunications, the regulatory framework is fundamental to move forward and streamline the participation. and cooperation, in this case, providing data, because the more flexible this regulatory framework is, the more modern it is, we're going to have more opportunities for cooperation with the safeguard of information, understanding the legitimate interests and purposes of each sector. Of course, companies also have their interests in the needs of storing information. Christian, Ufinet, an important company in service of access to internet you offer in different regions of the country, of the region, sorry, and you want to talk about the impact of regulations on internet in development. So welcome. Thank you for being here with us. And the floor is yours. Thank you. You're so kind. Cristian Mendizábal is my name. Ufinet, we have presence in almost all Latin America. We are still not in Canada and in some countries in the south. Nevertheless, we are in the center, Guatemala, speaking about the regulatory framework and critical services. We are there in the middle of the subject. Guatemala started as a leader in terms of connectivity, not just cell connectivity that started, but the backbone is something we had with Guatel, and then we started around the year 2000 when we started with Unión Fenosa. That's the name. We got divorced at that time. They kept the energy, the power, and we kept continued with the net need, which was fiber optics. We provided all the backbone not only for cell phones but for landlines, and it brings us to regulation. The regulation is critical because not only operations in the network we have, but new requests we have of the state and municipalities. It is critical to not have this dynamism. In Latin America, we need what Antonio was saying here. We need to be interconnected. We cannot be in an island, but we all need to be communicating. And in Guatemala, in the strategic center of Latin America, we have the legal certainty that Olga was talking about, because this makes us be more efficient and to provide results in a better way. After there was a change in the law, we wanted to include it and it did not work, but this, aside from helping us, what it actually did was bring more consequences. And if we have a regulatory framework established, what we need is to make sure that it reaches more people. And we have one of the most advanced in the region, and of course it promotes it. We want to provide more services not only for Guatemala but for the region. And we have this in the municipal legislation, that is, in the end, we have 340 municipalities.
140 requisitos y 40 formas de hacerlo diferente, y eso nos hace muy difícil el poder.
And this makes it difficult to grow because we don't have something that will standardize this. There isn't an entity that will standardize this, and this is what we're really missing for us to be more efficient, because we have a lot of pressure to interconnect ourselves and have functional services, and we cannot do this because someone thought about a different requirement. And this creates these bottlenecks that choke us and impact us at the national level. And something different, the communities we kept open the space that the communities need to comment, and this is what really limits us to be more efficient in growth. Key problems, I already addressed this. Verbal or lack of standardization, varying rates, and this discretion, lack of discretion, and this can cause issues. And in our environment, when they ask for a service, decision took time to carry it out, and when they give it to us, they say, okay, it needs to be installed, so we're late. And we need this because of this administrative lack of discernment and this rurality. We really talk about closing the digital gap, but we cannot do it with all these bumps that don't let us move forward. So these controls that go hand in hand with the variables, it can be whatever we can think of, and therefore we have operative uncertainty. The deployment of infrastructure is something we address. The fiber optic network gives the backbone to 5G and FTTH that still now in Guatemala is very limited. I remember that I visited my parents in the US in 2009, and they were giving FTTH to Guatemala, and we don't have it here. We don't even know the concept. So we still have to reach more households and points that in the important cities, even cloud infrastructure, which is what is trending, but it's data centers and all of this that we have now with AI, which is critical for us to also still be within the higher levels of information we need to have. So for this, we need this clarity in pathways for installing infrastructure that I have already addressed, not only for external posts, for towers, for the structures that support the radio bases, but ducts, etc. The predictable and approved deadlines that we define, that we have with certainty, we would have this ease of being more efficient, which is what we're missing, and to have frameworks of full use of infrastructure, which is ideal, so that it's not bad that we all need this. Even those in the media need to have some post cables, and there's something that organizes this in a way that in which it's profitable for the companies to invest in. Therefore, this is the ideal, this utopia, have this public-private partnership or cooperation, not only of regulating entities that define the legal framework and legal certainties, municipalities that have defined to where not only requirements but costs, and to try to see this, to be seen as a partner, not like they are going to extract all the money they can from us, but like that they're going to support each other and develop the municipality even more. Operators that somehow provide the money, contribute the money for this to happen, and so that it's not like the roads that we depend on the state for them to happen, but through private operation make it more efficient. And communities, and it would be a good idea to have the support of the municipality so that we don't have to go back to point 2. I'm almost done. Please don't get impatient. It's not just connectivity, a subject of telecommunications, but it's critical. We all know people prefer to pay top up their phone than the light and things like that. For this we need this standardized regulation, regulatory framework that is concise, public-private cooperation to achieve cross-border symmetry that they were talking about. That is not just in Guatemala, but if we are the bottleneck, we will cause this issue. Thank you very much for your patience. A big round of applause to Christian. I have a very kind of disruptive question for both of you. I'm just researching. We have the documents to this tension between the regulation of telecommunications, which is a regulation that is normally fairly focused at the national level and the national territory, with laws that need to be defined in a national territory, and with a number of things that are gonna be saved in the industry, and some examples like internet should not be cut, but in some countries there is they cut this because of internal issues, politics, or revolts, and these regulations that in definitive need to be implemented by internet service provider. And I read these regulations in Australia that minors should not use social networks that are in higher layers of the internet, but at some point impact the operator that needs to put this into practice. And there is something that, as far as I understand, why these law of telecommunications with a basic service of infrastructure without infrastructure, there are no more layers, but the other layers, it has topics of privacy, social impacts. This issue is not resolved. I still have a opportunity formed, and I wanted to see you experts how this can evolve. We have OIT, which is a UN organization that regulates through the regulating entities. Nationally, we have global organizations that coordinate internet critical resources like ICANN, INF, protocols, and they all need to coexist. How do you see this tension that I don't see is resolved, but I wanted to get your opinion? It's a question that is a bit more concrete, but yeah. Without a doubt, I think that there isn't an answer that is specific. It's a subject that I think should go through balancing the different interests of each of the stakeholders. There are higher layers that the regulation needs to adopt. I understand that Australia has been regulating some sort of access of content, but this also has an implication in more technical terms before reaching those layers. And you are addressing the interests of each of the stakeholders. I think that for me, the main challenge is the most tangible thing regarding the countries, especially in the region, is precisely modernizing or being more up to date regarding the regulatory frameworks. And this perhaps is a bit more something that we can have more at a hand's reach, because the tech development of different tools, that is artificial intelligence, goes at a speed that we cannot achieve, but balancing these aspects where we have more control, and stemming from the fact that this stems from, if we're talking about regulatory aspects, willingness to criteria, discernment. Consider what I was talking about the territorial component and social cultural of the places, but we have to start from where we have a bit of control in terms of humanly joint criteria to modernize regulatory frameworks.
Ya después
Because in terms of controlling contents, regulate contents, or different types of access, that is a little bit more complicated. Christian mentioned an interesting word. It's a utopia. It's aspirational. I've studied technology for many years, we expect some things. That they happen or not, it's variable. To not be repetitive, but it is true, a regulatory framework is critical, is the common denominator. It is necessary not only in Guatemala, but in the region. And if you extrapolate this, it has to be through the continent and globally. We have examples in Australia. France also has regulations in this key critical topics. South Korea has very good practices. So seek that or aspire to that. How we can become more tropicalized, he said, and we have to reach a common ground that is good for all. It's the ideal, but it's difficult in economies like ours, where there are so many interests. Some of those we ignore, and we have the digital gap of the state that they're trying to work on it, but to join forces is the more difficult thing. An applause for our panelists. I thank you very much. And we are wrapping today. And tomorrow, I don't know if someone has to come early to sign, because this rule I am not sure about, but we'll let you know. And we start at 9 sharp. Do we have Adrian? We do have to sign something. Today, foreigners. But tomorrow, do they need to sign again? These are some domestic aspects, but so today you sign for the whole week. Thank you for your attention to all the participants, and see you tomorrow.